pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You want to do a roll call? The red check? Here.
Here.
Here. Right. Our first application we're going to get started with. Yeah. First application here is E 2022-35, Thomas Pereira, 3111 Sawmill Road. The applicant is seeking variance relief from sections 172-29B subsection 1 and 172-29B subsection 8 to allow for street frontage less than 175 feet, as well as shared driveway. The applicant is also seeking special exception to allow for a culvert replacement, shared driveway, and underground utilities in accordance with 172-100.15. I'm actually realizing as I read this is just for an extension. I'm assuming he's probably not here. So we're gonna, yeah.
This is a matter that was decided by the board back in February of 2023. At that time, there was variances granted with conditions. At this point in time, there has been a prior request for an extension. The applicant is going through the land development process. He does have some cooperation from the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection and working through some conditions with regard to a sewer module. And he's requested an additional 6 months extension through August 21st of 2025.
All right. I will make a motion to approve the 6-month application to August 21st of 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries. Next up is application Z 2024-25, Kevin Murphy, 366 Radford Court. This is pertaining to subject property at 307 First Avenue. The applicant is seeking variance relief from section 172-29A to allow for a sober living facility. The applicant also requests relief from any other section of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Subject premise is located in the R3 district. Mr. Murphy, you want to step up to the table here? And I know this was continued, and I think one of the things we also want to kind of get in order is we had 15 party protestants.
All right, sorry. I would like to review a couple of matters with regard to this application. This was first listed before the board in October, on October 17th of 2024. At that point in time, the applicant, Mr. Murphy, was present, made an opening statement to the board with regard to the application. But during the course of that matter, he had indicated his request to obtain counsel, which I understand he has done at this point in time. The matter, for a number of different reasons, has been continued since October to tonight's hearing. Mr. DeLuca, who is present in the room this evening, I understand, entered his appearance in October for a number of the residents, unspecified with regard to whether you represent all of the residents that entered as protestant or a certain number. Oh, you represent all of them, and would you confirm that there were 15 protestants, Bob, during that?
That is correct.
During that period of time? Are there any other protestants that you will be representing this evening that are present?
No.
Also, at that point in time, as I indicated, there were protestants at that point in time that are being represented here. Rich Sikora, who entered his appearance for the township with respect to the pending application. And as I indicated, the applicant was present. I understand he now has counsel. Jim Byrne had originally entered his appearance, and I understand I don't believe we've met.
Would you please turn your mic on? No, it's in red, he's speaking green.
Michael Hawley, Supreme Court ID number 72818, appearing in lieu of Mr. Byrne for this evening.
Okay, thank you. So all the parties are now being represented in this matter. So to everyone, for informational purposes, this is an application for a sober living facility at the address at 307 First Avenue. I think that will allow the attorneys to go into the details with regard to the application and the request for variance for a single-family detached dwelling. We'll move to the applicant's counsel to present his case, subject to cross-examination by parties in interest.
Do we have to have anybody else sworn in or anything before?
I think all of the people were sworn in the prior proceeding in October. To my knowledge, if there's anyone that is being called as a witness that has not been sworn in, if you'll raise your hand and be sworn for purposes of tonight's hearing. Raise your hand and give your name, address.
Right here?
Yep.
Mark Killian, 325 Nicholson Road, Ridley Park, PA, 19078. Killion. I do.
Anyone else, sir? Are you testifying?
I guess not.
All right. And in an effort to just keep everything in order, please just allow the attorneys to do their part. There will be an opportunity for public comments. We don't want everybody jumping in and making comments. Just please respect it. All right.
I also just wanted to mention that at the first hearing, the township exhibits were offered with regards to the notice provisions for the initial hearing. And since we opened that hearing, had testimony, it was continued and there was no necessity for republication purposes for tonight's hearing.
As a matter of housekeeping, I would offer for applicants Exhibit 1, the CV and attached materials for Mr. Killian, who will be witness this evening. And I would ask that be marked applicant 1. Which the panel,
Of course.
Exhibit 2, rules of the house. Thank you. The rules of the house that is involved in here, and I have copies for each member of the board as well. I would ask that be marked as applicant 2.
Do you have any copies for size of it?
But she had made copies for everybody. Famous words you've heard before. I'll try to be brief. The residence in question is a step in a recovery process. There are materials before you that will flesh out some information that Mr. Killian will present. Basically, This is a sober living home. It's for people who have completed who have completed several steps in a recovery process for some type of addiction or related issue. Mr. Killian will speak more about this because he's the expert. I would ask that the board be and remain mindful of the fact that facilities such as this have a lot of different legal applications and aspects to them. One being compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. The other being the continuing care and treatment of people who have disabilities and handicaps and diagnosed illnesses. And there are rules, regulations in force, in place. This is not some unsupervised animal house. There are trained and qualified people at the residence all the time to enforce compliance with rules and regulations. This is not just some dumping ground where someone is placed, but is an integral part of a recovery process. In that regard, I would like to call Mr. Killian for some, again, brief testimony as to what this involves. Would you like him at the podium?
Wherever he's comfortable. If you'd like to be at the podium, as long as you have a microphone in your hand.
All right, well, thank you for listening to us. If you're not familiar with the process.
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
We got a protocol we got to follow here.
Okay.
So, you've already given us your name. The board has your CV and attachments there too. Tell us with a broad brush, what qualifications you bring to the table with regard to this particular situation.
Okay, I've been in the field of treating addiction for 10 years, a bachelor's degree in psychology, master's degree in addiction counseling. I worked in the field at Recovery Center of America for 4 years, left there and started my own outpatient treatment center in Media, PA, where Kevin works.
Are you familiar with the facility and the residents at 307 First Avenue?
I'm very familiar. So when I started my business, my treatment center, the first hire I made was to Kevin because I knew how well of a house he ran and I knew what that spoke to and his ability to come work for me at the treatment center. It's an extremely reputable house in the addiction treatment community. All the members there have to maintain sobriety. A lot of the members who come into my treatment for continued outpatient treatment live there as well. And everyone that has come through our program that has lived there has done extremely well.
When you refer to Kevin, you're referring to the applicant, Kevin Murphy?
Kevin Murphy, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with what his overall role is at that facility?
I am. He's the owner of the house. He manages everything with the help of a house manager, making sure all rules are followed. He's there regularly and keeps everybody to follow those rules that you gave to the board.
No, I'm not asking you to give us a word for word description because the board has the materials, but give the other folks in the audience, please, a capsule summary of what the rules are and what the reasoning is behind them.
Sure. So the reason that sober living is so important because what we found there's three pillars that you need for success, recovering from an addiction. The first being structure and discipline, in which that house provides. It's very structured. They have to go to AA meetings. When they come out of an inpatient facility, they're required to do an outpatient facility like mine. And they're required to maintain sobriety. That's rule number one. You have to be sober to be at the house. So the first pillar that I'll say is that structure and discipline. The second is accountability. There's accountability because if those rules aren't followed, you're asked to leave. And that's another major piece. And the third is community. They build bonds and strengthen those bonds and hold each other up. And that's a major piece. And in the disease of addiction, people tend to isolate extremely, and they don't really feel the benefits of true recovery until they start to make those connections again. And that's what that house provides, along with AA and treatment such as mine.
Have you seen sober living facilities that have the charge, if you will, of 307 First Avenue that have not had the level of supervision and oversight that 307 First Avenue does?
I have, and that's why if we recommend someone to go to sober living, if they're coming to my treatment center, that address and that our house recovery house is one of the only ones we'll recommend, because some of them aren't as supervised, some of them don't have as much structure. So it's well known as the most structured and best house in Delaware County and in the area, as far as I'm aware.
And that was going to be my next question. Can you provide a contrast for that, what you've done that now?
Sure. So in other towns, there's not a ton in Delaware County, as I'm sure you're aware, but in Chester and in Bucks County, houses pop up when there's not as strict of guidelines. And some of them aren't run as well and don't last as long. This is a long-standing recovery house for over 10 years, and because it's done well and holds people to those rules and standards. And people have done really well there. There's some in the crowd now who have changed their lives from the structure and support of that house.
Is there anything else you think the members of the community that are here and the board that's hearing this should know about 307 First Avenue?
I mean, I will say there is a ton of stigma with the disease of addiction. You know, these people, when in their active addiction, sure, I wouldn't want them living next door to me as well. I understand those concerns. Well, these people are not those. They're recovering people who working their butts off and do very well. I'm at the house all the time. It's not that picture you have in your head that's stigmatized. These are people in recovery. These are people who've changed their lives. These are people who work their butts off to do so. It's a lot of work to stay sober. You have to do this work or you don't stay sober. And if you don't stay sober, you don't stay in the house. So these people, they work hard. They go to AA meetings. They support each other. And it's a great group of men.
Have you had occasion during your experience with 307 First Avenue to see people removed from the house for cause?
I have, yes.
And can you give us a sampling of how often that may happen? Or
In the time that I've been closely connected as I am now, I can think of 2 times where someone relapsed. There was no behavior issues. It was a relapse, and the house became aware and they were transitioned to an inpatient facility, either to return again or to go off into another path.
And so those 2 instances you speak of, can you give us a time frame for those?
Within the last year, I'd say.
Prior to that, how long had you been involved with the house?
I've been involved with the house since I hired Kevin 2.5 years ago. I've known of it. From the inpatient facility, I've referred to him when I worked at Recovery Centers of America. But for the past 2.5, 3 years, I've had a very close relationship with Kevin Murphy and the house.
I have no further questions of this witness. I don't know if anyone from the board does.
What year did the house begin operating?
For the council, or
I'm-
not cross-examine.
I'm curious though about what year did the house begin to operate?
2014. Not under my supervision, though. It began, the owner of the home has been the same the whole time, but the gentleman who started the house is no longer affiliated with the house, but it began in 2014.
I'll let you take.
How long have you been doing it?
So I lived at the house from 2017 to 2019, became a partner with the gentleman that was running it as I transitioned out of the house in fall of 2019, and then took it over myself April 1st, 2020.
Please.
Good evening, Mr. Killian. I'm Robert DeLuca and I represent. I have a few questions of you regarding the statements that you've made. How many times have you been to this house?
Total 20.
So in the 2.5, 3 years that Kevin's been your employee, you've been there approximately 20 times?
I'd say that's fair, yes.
And you said it has an excellent reputation within the community, right?
Within the community of addiction recovery, yes.
And you would agree with me that there are rules and regulations that you have to follow as a recovery house, correct?
Yes,
And are you aware of those rules and regulations?
I am, yes.
And one of those rules and regulations is you have to come before a zoning board regarding a reasonable accommodation. Is that correct?
Oh, I thought you meant rules for the residents of the house. I've never operated a recovery house. If you want to, I've zoned for treatment centers, so I can speak to the rules residents must follow in order, but as far as, I don't know the zoning requirements.
In terms of the rules of the house, what were the rules of the house back in 2020? That you spoke of, that there are rules of the house that have to be followed. What were the rules of the house in 2020?
As they first enter, they're expected to do an outpatient treatment. They're expected to go to AA meetings. They're expected to maintain sobriety. They're expected to help a newcomer when they come in, whether it's rides or whatever they may need, and they're expected to operate their daily chores, whatever they are.
It would be fair to say that you don't know what the rules of this house were in 2020 because you weren't even dealing with, as you indicated, Kevin at that time.
No, I was referring clients to it. I knew it was reputable as far as the recovery house goes, but the rules within, no, I wasn't as closely connected.
Well, let me ask you this. Would it be a violation if the residents were threatening the neighbors?
Absolutely.
Would it be a violation if the residents were parking in the neighbor's driveway?
I suppose.
Would it be a violation if the residents were blocking the street so that fire engines couldn't get down the street?
A violation in regards to what? Their code of
House
conduct?
rules and code of conduct that you talk about with this reputation.
I'm unsure.
Would it be a violation if the residents were peeing out the door, back door?
I'm not sure.
Objection, this calls for speculation entirely.
He was the one who
You put
gave an
forth as an
opinion
expert.
as an expert
true.
in this matter.
But as to these types of specifics,
Oh, it's fair. It's a
I'm
fair
speaking
question.
to, I mean, what I can speak
you
to
can't
is,
say anything.
sorry.
We straighten this out.
I don't, it's up to the board, but I think this line of questioning on cross-examination is probably appropriate.
I'm good with that.
You can answer the question I posed to you.
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Sure, would it be a violation of the code of conduct if they're peeing out the back door?
Can you be more specific, like?
The residents.
Opening the door and peeing out of it? Is
Yeah.
what you're referring to?
Yeah,
I'm sure that's behavior that would need to be addressed, sure.
and in fact, you said that there were no behavior problems for which people were kicked out of the house, did you not?
Not that I was aware of, no.
And in fact, you said the only two that you knew of during this time period that Kevin worked for you as your employee, there were two people they went back to using drugs, correct?
Correct.
So are you aware of whether there are behavior problems at that house?
I mean, we check in regularly and Kevin could attest to that for sure.
And when you say we, how often do you check in? You said 20 times in the past
I
2 to
mean,
3
you
years.
asked me physically in the premises. We're very aware of what goes on in the house.
And are you part of that premises as well? Do you have an ownership interest
I
in
do
that?
not, no.
Sir, do you know whether the police have been out to the house and how many times, if so?
I've heard of incidences of police being called, sure.
Okay, why don't you describe the incidents that you heard of?
Wait, you want me to?
Yeah, you said you've heard of instances, and I'm asking you what they were.
I know there was, there was an accident, there was a car hit another car was one, there was a parking dispute where police were called.
And sir, would it be fair to say that there are 15 to 18 residents in that house?
That is not fair to say 15 to 18, no.
And what is your estimation?
No more than 15.
So if Kevin indicated last time that there were 15 people in there, is that the number that you believe are in there?
Correct.
Now, you're aware that on the county tax rolls, this is a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, right?
I'm not aware of the county tax rolls, no, sir.
You're aware on Redfin that this is a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, correct?
I'm not a expert in real estate, no, sir.
Sir, there are criteria that you need to meet, put so many people within a space, correct?
Sure.
And are you aware that on People Search, it indicates that 89 people have had residence at 307 First Avenue
89 people,
within the last 3 years?
okay.
Do you dispute that?
If you have it,
Well, I'm asking you because you said you have every or regular contact with the place. Would it be fair to say that there are 89 people gone in and out of that place?
I suppose.
And are you aware that the house, as listed by the county, only has 3 parking spots at that premises on the street?
Am I aware of the parking spaces allotted to the house?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of the exact number of allotted parking spaces.
Sir, you would agree with me that these residents are encouraged to go out and work
Correct.
and that most of them have cars?
There's never 15 cars there at a time.
Okay, there may be 12.
I don't know the exact number.
And you would agree with me that 12 cars for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house with 3 allotted spaces out front is somewhat exorbitant.
I would say, I don't know if that's exorbitant or not. I don't know as far as
Well,
parking on the street goes. There's public parking on the street now.
sir, you were aware that there were prior complaints by the residents regarding parking, correct, that you told us about?
There was an issue. I was speaking of a direct issue with the parking spot. Yeah.
As well as them hitting cars in the neighborhood when they were backing out, correct?
I know of one incident of that. Correct.
And you believe that it would be a reasonable accommodation for this board to allow 15 people to reside in that home?
I know that the house is plenty big for the people living there, and I know that it is reasonable for a recovery house for people recovering from addiction to be able to live in a home.
So you put in a 2-bedroom house, if you have 15 people, is that what, 7.5 person per bedroom?
You know, there's not 2 bedrooms in that house right now.
What's the size of the house that you said it's plenty big?
I don't know the exact square footage. Kevin could speak to that.
And you're aware that this place has been operating since 2014,
Correct.
and no one ever requested to come before the township to allow that?
Like I said, I was not as closely connected. I'm not aware if they did or they did not.
So do you believe that they followed the rules and regulations when they didn't even apply with the township to have a sober living facility in a house that's been running since 2014?
So my relationship to the house is through referrals, through addiction treatment. It's not through zoning or any of that.
By the way, do you get paid for these people coming to get treatment at your facility?
Their insurance pays my facility, correct?
So the people that Kevin refers to you, you get paid for.
Any people who enter my treatment center, yes, my company gets paid.
And in addition to Kevin being paid for this house, he also works for you.
Correct.
Sir, would it be a violation of the rules to be starting fires in the backyard?
So no, I mean, do you have a fire pit in your backyard?
No.
Okay, many people do.
So you're allowed to burn in Newtown Township in the backyard.
Excuse me?
You're allowed to burn in Newtown Township in the backyard.
I'm not sure, I'm not positive, but I'm sure there's people with fire pits in Newtown Township in their backyards.
Sir, are you aware that the residents have threatened the next door neighbors and the neighboring people in the neighborhood?
I'm not aware of any threats, no, sir.
Would that be a violation of the rules of the house?
It would be.
You have no signed documents by the residents that they ever received this or agreed to this, do you?
Yes. They,
You do?
they know, they're well aware of the rules.
You have a copy of the signed documents, or have you personally reviewed signed documents?
I would have to confer to Kevin on that.
So will your answer be that you never personally reviewed any of these?
Like I said, I'm not the manager of the house. I'm not the owner of the house.
So your assertion on this is based upon what Kevin told you,
In regards to what now?
the rules and regulations, and that,
Yeah,
okay,
yes,
they're based upon the information that your employee Kevin told you.
correct. What I can speak to is the importance of sober living for people in early recovery.
You would agree with me that there's 2 bathrooms in that house?
Yes,
And that's 2 bathrooms for 15 people?
15 at the most, yes.
Sir, would it be fair to say that you've gone over 15, or Kevin's gone over 15 people at that home?
Not that I'm aware of.
And do you have the names and information of every resident of that house?
Kevin does, I do not.
So you're basing that on what Kevin told you again?
Yes,
And the opinions that you've given here to the board are based upon what Kevin told you, your employee?
in some of them, correct. I mean, like I said, what I can speak to is the benefits of sober living for people in early recovery.
And sir, you wouldn't know whether they met curfew at 11 PM, correct?
I know the clients that are connected with me through my treatment center, if they have,
They have what?
if I know when they're not meeting their curfew,
And how do you know that?
because the house manager communicates with me and with Kevin.
So the information again is based upon what Kevin or his representative, your employee Kevin or his representative told you.
It is, but that's his job and we trust him. He's given that job for a reason, because we trust his judgment.
You testified here today that there's always someone present in the house in terms of Kevin or his house manager. Is that correct?
I didn't testify to that.
Oh, maybe I'm incorrect. So how often is the house manager there?
I couldn't speak exactly. Questions Kevin might be able to answer better.
So you don't know whether there's someone there to enforce the rules and regulations. You're basing it on what Kevin told you.
To some degree, I guess you could say that, yes.
But what chores does each person have at the house?
Basic chores, cleaning, taking out the trash, managing the property.
Did you specifically ever give anybody chores to do at that house?
I did not know.
Do you specifically know what chores anybody has at that house?
What each specific resident, no, like I said, I'm not at the house like that.
And how often are drug tests given at that house?
Regularly.
Every day?
Not every day, no, but if there's any group of person that would know when somebody would relapse, it's other people in early recovery. So it's not.
Well, is regularly every 90 days? I mean, regularly to me is every day. Maybe I didn't understand. What's regularly mean to you?
It's random whenever suspicion is granted more often.
So the answer is whenever suspicion is?
Suspicion would cause it to be more. Other than that, I mean, it could be upwards of once a week.
Do you have access to when any of those texts are given? Because you've testified here today about this home. Do you know how often the drug test was given specifically?
I don't know that exactly. I couldn't tell you exactly when drug tests were given for what clients, nor had the information.
And you don't have any information in front of this board to present because you testified that they all get this and they all follow these rules, correct?
I can testify that if someone has a failed urine test, we would look to transition them somewhere else.
Smoking. Are they allowed to smoke?
They can smoke, yeah, they're adults.
By these rules, are they allowed to smoke in the house?
In the house, no.
So they're sent outside to smoke?
Yes.
How about using profane language in front of the neighbors? Would that be a violation?
That's subjective. It's hard to say.
So to you, it would be okay to tell your neighbor to go F off?
No, that would not be okay, no.
No physical altercations. Would that also encompass threatening the neighbors?
We've covered that, yeah, that would not.
So if you would agree with me that that would be a violation if these neighbors came in and testified that they were being threatened by the resident?
I suppose.
And you would agree with me then that these rules aren't being enforced if they're doing those things?
It's hard to say.
Well,
I don't know, when you're saying very subjective things that.
I'm asking you that if your residents did the things that I just said, you would agree with me that these rules aren't being enforced?
I'm not aware of verbal threats being made.
That's what my question was. If they're doing these things, then the rules aren't being enforced, correct? If they're threatening neighbors, it's against your house rules that you indicated were being enforced.
Is threatening neighbors again, what is the question? You're asking me the same question again. Is threatening neighbors against the rules? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I guess in some capacity.
Okay, and then you would agree with me if the neighbors are threatened by the residents, then these rules weren't enforced as you previously stated in your testimony.
Objection. That calls for speculation.
Yeah, Bob, I think we've made your point. I think we can move along.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly. Have you ever operated a sober living facility?
I have not.
Do you have any training in the operation of sober living facilities?
I do not. I operate an intensive outpatient treatment center.
And so I just want to clarify, you're not coming here tonight as an expert on the operation of sober living facilities.
Correct. My whole point was just to testify to the importance and the benefit of sober living for people in early recovery.
And also that in your judgment, they have a good reputation in
Correct.
the addiction recovery community.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't have any further questions.
Anybody from board?
What is the average span of a resident when they come there? How long is somebody there for? Average?
It varies. I mean, we have some residents that are longstanding for upwards of 2 years. Kevin could speak to an average better, but typically it's a house where they do well and stay for an extended period of time.
How many bedrooms are in the house? I know we're saying Redfin says 2. How many are there?
It's 5 bedrooms that are used, yeah.
2 bathrooms?
Yes.
And I know the question was kind of asked, but obviously this is a for-profit business at the end of the day, right?
Yes, I mean.
That's just yes or no. I'm just
Yes.
curious about that. So the
for-profit,
answer is yes.
LLC.
Okay. All right.
Like, Mr. Killian, You run a recovery facility on your own,
Correct.
and then you refer to a sober house, such as the one the application has.
Correct.
And could you tell us, give us a little background about what kind of program you have and what your people go through till you have determined that they are recovered, the extent that they can be referred to a sober house? You give us that process and when they are evaluated to be subject to a sober house.
Sure. So typically, the way the process works is you'll start and you go to an inpatient residential treatment facility. So there, the stays are anywhere from 30 to 40 days. For a house like Kevin's, you would need at least 30 to 40 days sober before you'd be able to admit. But when you admit coming from an inpatient facility, you're required to do outpatient treatment, which is what I have. And that's intensive group therapy for 4 nights a week for 3 hours, and individual therapy with random urine screens. And the way my program works and why me and Kevin have paired up, because similar models where we push life progression and we help people with job placement, getting into college, helping them with, we have family therapy to repair relationships. So we both focus heavily on life progression and try to get people to move forward with their lives.
You continue to see the people you refer to the sober house in treatment programs while they're still at the home, sober house?
Correct. So my program would be about a 4-month program of outpatient therapy. After they've completed the 30 days of inpatient, they'll do roughly 4 months of outpatient therapy with a provider like me or another while they're at the house.
You provide that service at the sober house, or do they leave the sober house and come to your facility?
They come to my facility in Media, Pennsylvania.
How do most of them get there? Public transportation, cars?
Well, a lot of it's Uber. That mean the ones that don't own their own car, but we provide Uber transportation for a lot of people and a lot of the residents at his house.
How many of your referrals are presently in this house?
Currently, right now, there's 5.
5 out of the 15 are referred by you?
Yes,
Is
2
that-
have completed treatment, 2 are currently in treatment.
And how long do these folks stay in the sober house before moving on to community or the programs?
As I said, it varies with his house, since people do well, like there's some that have been there 2 years. I would say on average, probably 1 year's fair, Kevin.
Are you aware of any training program that these folks are able to avail themselves of while they're at the sober house?
So we do help with resume building and with jobs securing. I mean, getting a job is part of the requirements of the job, so they start working pretty quickly if they didn't already have a job.
You provide that service to the 5 referrals only, or do you provide that service to anyone else that might be in that?
So we provide it at our treatment center for those, but Kevin and his house manager help the other residents with similar types of service as far as helping them get set up and progress.
What's the longest stay of any of your referrals that have been at the sober house?
I would say a year of the ones that have come through R&D Center, my business. There's been one for there.
And is the length of stay as a result that they're have nowhere else to go, or they haven't completed your program, or they feel that they need to remain in the house for support purposes?
I think they just enjoy the community aspect of it and the support that they get.
Thank you.
I think that given the extent of the cross-examination of this witness, we would also need to have Mr. Murphy sworn to address some of the things that were brought up in cross-examination.
That's entirely your prerogative, but I believe he's already been sworn at the last hearing, so.
I believe he was too, but I wasn't here for that.
No, you're a witness.
Proceed.
Yes, of course.
So, Mr. Murphy, you're the applicant for this proceeding, correct?
That's correct.
And you heard the testimony that was given by Mr. Killian?
Yes.
You have to answer verbally because the court reporter needs to
Yes.
record. Okay. And you heard the, questions that were posed by Mr. DeLuca to Mr. Killian, correct?
Correct.
Give us an overview of what the interior of the house looks like.
Certainly. So the interior of the house, when you walk in through the front door, it opens up to a very large area, which is a combined area of the dining room and kitchen. That's straightforward as you're walking in. To the right, there's a sizable living room. Once we get through living room, dining room, still on the first floor, we have a half bathroom on the first floor and one bedroom as well on the first floor. If you go through the corridor where the laundry room is, you'll pass the laundry room, come to the steps. To the right of the steps is the door to the backyard. Up the steps, we have our first full bathroom. Through the upstairs hallway, you have one very large bedroom on the right. On the left, you have a smaller bedroom. And then beyond those two, you have another very large bedroom on the right. And then the master bedroom is all the way down at the end of the hall, which also has an in-suite full bath.
How many people are presently residents there?
As of today, we have 13.
13, 1, 3?
1, 3.
Okay. Now, you heard some testimony and some questioning with regard to the exterior parking areas. Can you speak to that, please?
Sure can. So the way that we've done it for years, our driveway is long enough to fit 3 cars comfortably, and then we have a cutout in the street for a 4th parking spot. And then as far as street parking goes, is it behavior that's tolerated, or, ideally avoided? Yes. I want the guys in the house to always be neighborly. I want them to always be considerate of the neighbors. I'm confident that the guys do their best to make the best effort when it comes to parking. As the way I looked at it was, it's not ideal. There is a lot of people that do drive. Some of them are upwards and are getting into their later years in age. So, asking them to park out on Media Line Road sometimes can be difficult because it's a far walk. So I'm always asking everybody to be neighborly and considerate. Is it a rule that you can't park on the street? It's not a written rule, it's an unspoken rule. When situations like that happen, they're typically brought to my attention and I address it on a case-by-case basis. So, there's rules that I want these guys to follow. There's certain rules that, it's a one strike and you're out policy. Others, it's a case-by-case basis. So, if somebody parked on the street after I didn't ask them to park on the street and they park on the street again, I'm not going to throw them out of the house for that. I'm going to have another conversation with them and try and work through it. And just to speak to some of the questions that were asked to Mr. Killian, I very much appreciate him coming up here. Mainly, I wanted him to speak to the efficacy of the house and why these houses are important for people in early recovery. Any day-to-day oversight and questions about that, I would love for them to be redirected to me if we have any more questions.
Let's talk about the questions that were posed regarding people urinating outside from the interior of the building. Do you know anything about that? Is that true? Is it false? Whatever.
Has not been brought to my attention.
What about the interaction with neighbors with regard to alleged improper language being directed to neighbors?
Sure. So, it's, as you said, it's alleged. I think something like that, it wouldn't be something that I would ask somebody to leave immediately for. It's something that if it were brought to my attention, I would have a conversation with them and, try to get some more information and try to figure out how to prevent it in the future.
Okay, have you encountered that?
Recently, yes.
Okay, give us some, surround on that.
Sure. The incident in question that I would, refer to was the most recent one where, police were called over a parking dispute. You know, the version of the story that I got was that, you know, maybe the person filing the report was a little bit more of the aggressor in this. So, you know, in that case, when that happened, I went to the house immediately, spoke to the person that it happened with, got his side of the story. I even came up here to the police department to pull the police report to see what happened. You know, there was no real information in the police report. So, after that happened, I pretty much just had a conversation with the person, that was involved in the incident and, you know, told him that this is, you know, this is a good example of when, just kind of keeping your head down and moving forward and focusing on your recovery rather than the thoughts and feelings of, a neighbor, would be more important, and to just keep moving forward in your recovery.
Well, tell us some of the details regarding the incident you're referring to.
Sure. Can I grab my water?
Certainly,
Thanks.
so that we know what it is that we're talking about and, what your understanding is of what transpired, your best information on that.
Okay. My understanding of the incident was, a Monday morning after a snowstorm. I believe two of our residents were parked on the street. A neighbor across the street who, owns a rental property came over to plow the driveway of the rental property. There was a or a resident of our house sitting outside, and gentleman across the street asked him to move the vehicle, to which he abided. He said he would do so. He went in and grabbed the keys to one vehicle, asked the gentleman who owns the second vehicle as well to come out and move the car. Comes out to move the car. He gets in the one car to start it. Gentleman across the street said, "No, wrong car." Became rather aggressive and got very close to the resident of the house, to within, you know, like less than an arm's length, with a snow shovel in his hand, and got right up in his chest and face, and didn't really make any move, but was very physically threatening to my resident, and then proceeded to berate him with all of the negative terms you could think of for an addict or an alcoholic, and then told him to get out of his neighborhood and go live in Chester where he belongs. So, I mean, when I hear something like that, that's like the epitome of the stigma that exists when it comes to people or when it comes to addicts and alcoholics. So, after that happened, the gentleman who owned the second car was in the process of getting his car keys. In the meantime, the gentleman who owns the rental property decided I'm better off to just get in the truck and plow the snow out into the street, and plowed the gentleman's car in a little bit. It wasn't a huge amount of snow, but enough where, you know, that person who owned that car, felt a little intimidated as well. You know, like this was a calculated move to intimidate a resident of the house. And that's pretty much it. Then the police arrived and spoke to the gentleman for a half hour, 40 minutes, came over and consulted with our house residents, and the police were on their way. No files were charged or anything.
How often are you at the house?
I'm at the house a minimum once a week. I try to get there as often as I can.
You mentioned a house manager.
Correct.
That's a different person, correct?
Different person.
How often is that person on the premises?
That gentleman lives at the house.
So does that mean he's there all the time?
Well, so he also has a life and responsibilities, so he's in and out throughout the day. His role is to ensure that people are following the rules as closely as possible and hitting their required amount of meetings and participating in 12-step programs. His role is to ensure that newcomers in the house are attending IOP and intensive outpatient, and essentially doing what the house asks of them in order to continue to be a resident of the house.
There was some discussion about the rules of the house. Do you recall that?
I do.
And there were some questions regarding whether or not each resident of the house is required to sign off with regard to agreeing to obey the rules of the house. Do you recall
They are.
that?
So this little rule sheet that was handed to the board and handed to everyone else, this is what is presented to a new house resident upon entering residency.
Now, you heard some testimony about what may cause the removal of someone from the house.
Correct.
Okay. Can you expand on that?
In what regard?
Well, what does someone have to do or not do in terms of the rules with regard to it being appropriate cause for removal from the house?
Sure. So beyond a relapse on drugs or alcohol, there's, there are times where behavioral problems do become more of an issue. It's what we like to see is everybody making their best effort, right? So these rules are in place. These need to be followed as closely as possible. So a big one is fellowship attendance. So participating in 12-step programs, doing the next right thing, as they say, being a productive member of the house is what we strive for. So if somebody is living at the house, seems unmotivated, isn't doing their weekly requirement of meetings, is not keeping up with the cleanliness of the house, is not really attributing anything, then this typically leads to this person not being a good fit for the house. And I usually am presenting them with other options, whether it's another recovery house or returning home if family wants to welcome them back into the home. There's other times where, sometimes people do need a higher level of care. Sometimes, and it's not for the substances. Sometimes you get people in the house that have substance abuse issues, but maybe aren't quite far enough along in their in the process of being able to live independently and live on their own. So sometimes people will get there and they will need a little support that the house can more than the house can provide, and then I'm referring them out to a higher level of care.
Now, there's no smoking permitted in the house, correct?
Correct.
There's no chemical substances that are permitted in the house other than prescribed medications?
Prescribed medications, all non-narcotic.
What about alcohol?
Absolutely not.
Someone is found to be in possession of alcohol, is that you're out?
That is an immediate discharge from the house, yes.
Same thing with regard to illegal drugs?
Yes.
What about behavior or interaction with the community?
Yeah, so in my, since I have been an active member of this house and have been running it for the last 5 years, I haven't had any instances with neighbors where there was inappropriate behavior enough to remove somebody from the house.
Okay. You say there were no incidents that were sufficiently serious, and I don't mean to be putting words in your mouth, that required removal from the house.
Correct.
Give us an example, please, of what kind of incidents you did encounter.
Sure. You know, and some of this is going way back. There was a neighbor across the street that would get a little upset at times, I think, over like we had a gentleman in the summer, and this is going way back when I lived there. We had a gentleman in the summer that was a bit of an early riser. He would be like out cutting the grass or weed whacking a little too early in the morning. I remember having a conversation at the time. I was just the house manager. So I wasn't on the operation side of it in the same regard that I am today. But I mean, other than that, it's really, there's nothing major that's coming to me that I've ever had the thought of like, wow, this is a major problem and this is something that this person can no longer live here for. You know, the fire stuff is understandable. You know, that was a good question. I don't know the ordinance in Newtown Square, but I know the police know of its existence because there was an incident where somebody had the fire in the backyard going and left it unattended, and the police arrived. But they didn't offer up information or say that this is a big no-no. You got to plow the fire pit in. So
Was the fire extinguished at that time?
yes,
Have there been any subsequent incidents regarding complaints about fire pit being used in the backyard?
not that I'm aware of.
You understand why the residents, a number of whom are here in this area, have concerns, to say the least, about the house being there?
I understand their concerns, of course.
Okay. What, if anything, do you have to say with regard to those
To their
concerns?
concerns, you know, I fully understand their concerns. I think, you know, I was hoping to be here in a capacity to alleviate some of their concerns. You know, to the uneducated or untrained eye, from the outside looking in, it seems concerning. It seems like something that I should be concerned with, but, you know, you know, at least how I'm, you know, understanding it is maybe they just aren't aware of the exact rules and stuff that we have in place for these residents to abide by in order to live in the house. You know, I think in your opening statement, some of the stuff you said was good. It's, you know, I want to give them a better understanding. This isn't a flop house. This isn't a dump house where people and transients come to catch a night or two sleep. This is where people come to live to start their life over in a nice neighborhood and try to get their life back on track, rather than just like a crash house or you know, as I think you said, a dump house, which first time I've ever heard that. But you know, this is a house where people do a lot of work to get their lives back on track.
Now, you heard Mr. DeLuca say that there's 2 bedrooms in the house. That's not correct, is it?
It's not correct, and the township has been out to inspect the house.
And there are 2.5 bathrooms in the house?
Correct,
There are 5 bedrooms in the house?
correct.
And all the other aspects of the construction of the house that you've already testified to, right?
Yes.
Is there anything else you think the folks in this room need to know about the house that would help to clarify anything that may have been less than well covered during Mr. Killian's testimony?
Not that I can think of.
I have a couple. Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I have a couple, just not many. You talk about outside smoking. Is there a designated smoking area?
There are, we have two spots, one out front and one in the back.
Another thing about the house manager, okay? Are they there 24 hours a day? I mean, is there someone assigned there every night? Does the house manager stay there overnight, every night?
The house manager stays overnight every night, yes. He's
Okay,
not
now-
in the house 24/7 though.
Okay, that's what I mean. Well, by every day, I mean, there's someone there every day. It's not like it's, 5 days a week and then on
Correct.
weekends, there's nobody
Correct.
there. And there's
Yeah.
always a house manager that sleeps there overnight,
Correct.
every night?
So to give you a better understanding, the house manager is somebody who came to the house as a new resident and has kind of earned that position over the time that he's been there. So the house manager had lived in the house for almost 2 years prior to becoming the house manager. So he's almost been, for lack of a better words, he's been promoted to house manager because he's somebody whose program I respected and progress I respected. So not only is he there to enforce the rules and make sure people are doing what they're supposed to do, he's also there to lead by example.
Okay, that also answered my next question. Go ahead.
I actually, is the house manager, when you say you have 13 people there now, that include the house manager, or is it
Yes.
13? Okay, so
Yeah.
he's part of that too.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you answer, what or who determines how many people is appropriate or should be living in the house? Is there a formula, or is that in your opinion?
So that's just the way it always was when I came to live at the house. It was always outfitted for 15 beds. I've done some research there as far as the Department of Drug and Alcohol programs go for the state of Pennsylvania. They do have set some parameters for the amount of space that each person is required in a sober living facility. And we do have the required amount of space to handle 15. If the house was licensed through the Department of Drug and Alcohol programs, we would have enough square footage.
Does that mean you're not licensed by the drug and alcohol?
So that's a long-winded answer why I chose not to be licensed through the Department of Drug and Alcohol programs. I can get into it if you want.
Give us the short answer.
Short answer, they take a little more control over the house and the program that you run. So there's something called medication-assisted treatment. And so a house that's licensed through the Department of Drug and Alcohol programs can then accept county funding. And if you're going to accept county funding, you have to accept residents on MAT, which is medication-assisted treatment. So something like a Suboxone or methadone, which helps people who struggle with opiates. So that's not something that we do at the house. So part of my program, I want it to be an abstinence-based program. So medications like that, I fully support, and they help millions of people, thousands of people, and a lot of people in this area, but it just wasn't, it wasn't part of my program and the program that was there when I entered the house. So I've seen it help people, I've seen it hurt people, or more keep them stagnant. So for the amount of progress that I want people to make while they're living in this house, I chose to not go that direction and keep it just under the guidelines and rules of how it was when I got there and how I continue to run it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
How many cars are currently at the house?
I don't know the exact number. If I had to guess, 7, 8. I don't keep track of cars. When guys come in, I don't require like registration or proof of insurance or anything.
Is that a typical number at any given time?
It varies. Sometimes we have guys, we have a house full of guys that can't drive. Lately, it's been on the higher end. The average age of gentlemen in the house has been, over the years, trending a little upward. So back in the day when we had a lot of younger guys in the house, less cars. Guys that weren't as established in this world.
What do you think the age is, the average age there now?
If I had to guess, mid to late 40s.
When someone leaves, whether they move on naturally or are evicted for whatever one of the reasons is, are they typically immediately replaced?
Not immediately, no. There's ebbs and flows of it. It can go with it can be seasonal. Same way with the addiction treatment world. There's just certain times of the year where people aren't really interested in getting help. Summer is one of them. Summer it slows down. People are a little more hesitant to get help. In the winter it picks up a little bit. So at any given time, there's been times over the last couple of years where we had 8 guys in the house. There's been times where we were full though, and we had people on a wait list to get in. So it's predictably unpredictable. That's how I like to say it.
Sorry, one more question. Outside of the police being called, how are infractions typically brought to your attention? By the house manager or some other way?
So the house manager uses his discretion. If it's something that he thinks is serious enough to bring to my attention, he immediately brings it to my attention. I don't get, a full-on daily report, but if something that he deems important enough to report up to me happens, he reaches out immediately. We touch base almost every day, if not every day, but it's a lot of times it's good rather than bad.
Mr. Luca?
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, you've heard me,
I'll walk with you while you hand it out.
I'll wait. I put the big mouth, you hear me anyway.
I'm not worried about everybody here, they're also recorded.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, you heard me ask questions of your expert regarding the county tax purposes. This is listed as a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. Is that correct?
So, again, when Mark said I'm the owner of the house,
You're not the owner.
right? I'm not the owner of the house. I lease the house. I'm the owner of the LLC.
I understand, but you said I was incorrect when I made that statement. Are you aware that this is listed, that it was listed as a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house?
I don't think I said you're incorrect. I said it's not a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house.
So that the owner of the house is incorrect in his assertions to the county what he's paying taxes on.
Objection, how can he answer that? Well, if he doesn't know, he doesn't
Okay.
know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But you would agree with me that although the county records indicate that, you're indicating it's not a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house.
Correct.
And the owner of the property is not here today, correct? Is the house manager here today?
Yes.
Good. Now, let's get into that story you told about why the police were called regarding the neighbor across the street. You weren't present, correct?
I was not.
And the information that you've given this panel here today was based upon who told you that?
The other 2 gentlemen that were involved.
And in fact, was the house manager there at that time?
Plus,
And did the house manager tell you that the police were called?
yes, he did.
So he called you to say the police have been called to the house due to an incident that occurred.
Correct.
You would agree with me that, let me see. Let me see what you called the residents. I think I wrote it down. An uneducated and untrained as it's concerning to this house. Isn't that what you said?
Regarding my residence, no.
No, regarding the neighbors.
Uneducated in the rules and regulations and what this house provides, yes.
So there are a bunch of stupid people that don't know what other people in the neighborhood should act like.
Those are your words, not mine.
Okay, but uneducated and untrained, you call them.
When it comes to sober living facilities, yes.
So let's go to that. You would agree with me that the neighbors have called you or tried to contact you or emailed you concerning the behavior of the residents?
Say that again?
Sure. The neighbors have attempted to contact you regarding the behavior of the residents of your home.
I've had contact with one neighbor,
Okay, what neighbor did you have contact with?
305,
And is that directly beside this house?
correct.
And what was the contact complaining about the residents?
Complaining about the car accident.
And sir, you've had numerous complaints regarding the parking at that property, isn't that fair to say?
Directed at me personally?
At you or your representative house manager?
Yep,
And in fact, it's pretty regularly that they are telling you that your residents are parking in front of their mailbox so they can't get mail,
haven't heard that one.
and that they're parking in front of their driveways.
I'm aware of a parking issue. Specifics, I'm unaware of.
And in fact, they parked in the driveway of 305, the neighbor's home as well, have they not?
I would hope not. If that happened, I would need more information. I would hope that they would never park there long term.
Long term. So when the neighbor at 305 contacted you indicating that they struck her vehicle, did you throw that person out of the house?
I did not.
And did the neighbor at 305 tell you that they drove into her driveway to strike her car?
That was part of how the incident happened. Yes, her car was parked in her driveway.
And your residents went into her driveway and struck her vehicle?
Correct.
So you're aware that they were parking or going into her driveway?
Well, so everybody understands, it's a shared driveway. So if there's, the way that our cars are parked, sometimes there's a space in the middle. So at times, sometimes you would do like a little weebaroo in between driveways. So yes, they entered their driveway, but I don't think with the intention of parking in their driveway.
You heard Mr. Killian testify about accountability. There was no accountability for that, was there?
Absolutely, there was. There was accountability for that.
And you heard him talk about community.
Yep.
You would agree with me that there's no community with the neighbors and your residents.
We're open to community, and depending on the neighbors and the residents, there have been plenty of times where there's been community.
And by the way, your residents told you the story about the neighbor and the plow that you've discussed here today, correct?
That's correct.
How long after that event occurred did you show up at the house?
I think I was there within the hour, maybe two.
Did you talk to any of the neighbors about what occurred?
That the neighbor who called the police was no longer outside.
Did you try to contact them to say, hey, what happened here?
I don't have his contact information.
So you only spoke to the two residents, but never spoke to any of the other neighbors about what may have occurred?
Correct.
Did you ever talk to the neighbor at 309 on the other side of you?
Is he? Yeah. I've had very limited interaction with him.
And would it be fair to say that he's also had complaints about the residents?
I believe he's the one who complained about the fire.
And he told you that they're out smoking at his backyard and that they're setting fires and leaving, did he not?
I'm aware of the person walking away from the fire. I don't know if anybody crossed into his backyard to smoke.
In fact, he also had issue when you lived in the house, did he not?
I can talk about when I lived in the house if you'd like to.
And in fact, he had previously contacted you about leaving a puppy outside for days in the cold.
I'm sorry. Here. A puppy?
So when you were there, you also had problems with the neighbors, did you not?
Problems?
Yeah. They would have complaints to you about your behavior and about the other residents when you were the house manager.
Objection, that's a
My
different
behavior
question.
Personally?
Yeah.
Stop.
You know,
I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Okay. Sir, the last time you were here, you testified that there were 15 people in the house, did you not?
At the time there was.
And that's really the rule about how many people are normally in that house, is it not?
It varies, but it stays rather full.
And in fact, there is a wait list to get into that house much of the year, is there not?
Incorrect.
Do you have any documentation that you brought here before the board to show how many you had in this month, how many you had in that month, how many people are actually living in that two-bathroom house?
I did not.
Do you have any documentation to submit here to the board to show how many cars are on average on that, in that house during a week or
I do
each
not.
month? So the only thing you ask the board is to believe you as to what the potential figures are.
Objection. Argumentative.
I'll rephrase it. What other evidence, other than what you've told us here today, do you have to show the actual numbers?
With me today, none.
Now, you indicated that there were two very large bedrooms. How big are those bedrooms?
I don't have the square footage in front of me, but if my memory serves me correctly, because I went over and did measurements to line up with the Department of Drug and Alcohol programs, just to kind of get an idea of where we stood. DDAP requires,
if I can interject, I think the exhibits would indicate the dimensions of the bedrooms.
oh, fantastic. Well, so this is the updated floor plan, correct?
Is that the updated floor? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 upstairs, and down the bedroom downstairs is not listed as a bedroom on this floor plan.
So,
Yeah, the 4 up top and the 1 top right here.
so you have a 12 by 15, is that what you're referring to? Bedroom?
Floor.
No, you said on the second floor.
On the second floor, there's 4. So this very large bedroom is measuring on this plan as 18 feet 9 inches by 13 feet 8 inches.
And which one are you referring to, the master bedroom?
Yep. And then the 2 that I consider the largest bedrooms, and they are the largest bedrooms, this one here and this one here.
Now, who gets the master bedroom?
So beds are usually, it's like a seniority thing. So as people stay in the house longer, they like, as people move out, if they're moving out from a desired bedroom or a desired bed in such bedroom, whoever's been in the house the longest gets to decide if they want to move bedrooms and take a more desirable one or stay put, and then it's up to the next guy.
And does the house manager get their own room?
So when I was there, I had my own room, this downstairs room, and in this smaller bedroom on the second floor, there was actually bunk beds, but I didn't like that, so we took the bunk bed out of that bedroom and made the downstairs bedroom into a 2-man room.
Does the house manager have their own room?
Sorry, no.
So the house manager lives on the first floor in bunk beds with somebody else?
I think you misunderstood. I said I took the bunk beds out.
Okay.
The house manager lives on the first floor with one other gentleman.
And then you have 4 occupants in one bedroom, 4 occupants in another bedroom.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And 3 occupants in another bedroom.
And then, so the small bedroom on the second floor houses 2 people. The large bedrooms on the second floor, this one and this one, house 4. The master bedroom has 3, and then the downstairs room also has 2.
So you're telling me that the room that is 10, I'm sorry, I'm not sure of the size of that, 19.4 by 10 foot, is it? Bottom left houses 4 people,
Correct.
and that has the bathroom next to it, right?
Connected to it, you have to go out into the hallway to walk down.
Okay, so really, then you would have the 4 beds at the bottom portion of that, because you have a door coming in the room?
Bed here, here, and then it used to be here, but it's been moved and rearranged a little bit to open up a little more space. And one of the gentlemen that we have living in that room is a doctor, and he needed a little bit of privacy for workspace, so there's a little bit of a divider.
And the 2 bedrooms in the house, is that bathroom, that small bathroom that's there, how big is that? 6 foot, 8 foot?
This bedroom or bathroom?
Yeah,
You want to know the size of the bathroom?
yeah.
It's 7.5 by 8.4. Yeah.
And the other bathroom is in the master suite?
Correct.
And the 15 residents of that home use that facilities?
Not all at once. But yes.
Do they shower together or
No.
something? Okay, I wouldn't
No.
expect that. So you have 15 people attempting to use the bathroom in the morning.
I mean, I can speak to my experience at the house. I never was in line to use the bathroom, no.
So first thing in the morning.
Everybody's schedules are scattered. Some guys leave earlier than others, so there isn't like a lights on time where everybody wakes up at the same time and queues up to shower and shave.
So let me ask you, are other people going into the master bedroom while people are sleeping to use that bathroom?
So I can explain how it works. So the way that we have it is, this master bathroom is designated for the 7 residents that live in the master and this bedroom here. And then the gentleman, I mean, the house manager, he's earned the right to choose whichever bathroom he wants to use. So he probably comes up and uses the master. But the 2 bedrooms down here, this is their bathroom.
Sir, what type of plan do you have for parking for these residents? What designations do you have for each of these 15 people? Or how many ever residents have cars in that house?
Yeah. All right. It's, you know, logistically, it's something that, you know, I would have to sit down with some people to really hash out and figure out what is the best for everybody in the neighborhood. You know, I don't ever want guys parking in an illegal space. You know, Media Line Road was always a good option when I lived there. You know, we did have one accident on Media Line Road where a drunk driver came down and crashed into one of the vehicles, and it was a hit and run. So that that turned people off from parking on Media Line Road. But you know, being neighborly and the neighbors being okay with us there is always at the forefront of, you know, any decision that I want to put into the house going forward. So, you know, I would do my best to figure it out.
I appreciate that, but my question is, what do you have in place now?
Right now, nothing.
And what have you had in place since the period of time that you've owned this house regarding parking? What plan?
So it wasn't necessarily a plan. Like I said, it was an unwritten rule or an unwritten expectation to park at your own discretion if you're not entitled to a parking space in the driveway or out front of the house. Is to use your best judgment and park in a place where it's not going to be inconvenient to anybody.
Mr. Murphy, I believe you said several times that you look, be neighborly, be considerate of the neighbors regarding parking. Is that your testimony?
Sure is.
And is that what has occurred with this house and the neighbors?
I like to believe so, yeah.
And it's your testimony here before this board that the neighbors have not complained to you about parking other than the one incident with 305 next door?
So that's the one incident that I've had direct communication on.
Sir, you're aware that the police have been called a number of times regarding this house, correct?
I am.
So when you knew that the police were called to the house, you had noticed that there was issues, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you say you had no direct communication, you're trying to say you had no direct communication from the actual neighbors,
Right.
but you knew the police had been called because you would be notified by the house manager, correct?
Correct, but when I mentioned direct communication, I'm not sure which neighbors called the police.
Okay. And you were aware that there were a number of complaints and concerns regarding the house?
No, actually, I wasn't.
And Sarah, the complaints of the neighbors really haven't been about the fact that it's a sober living house. It's been about parking, the use of obscene language, the way the residents act. Isn't that in fact true?
I'm aware of the parking complaints.
You would agree with me, but the owner of the property is not here today.
Yes.
Sir, do you have to keep statistics for any governmental agency regarding this house?
No, I do not.
Do you keep statistics for accounting purposes as to how many people you're being paid upon?
I do.
So you would have documentation at your disposal that you did not bring here this evening showing how many people are in the house because you're being paid for it.
I would.
And how much do you get paid for each person?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. Does the insurance company pay you?
No.
Who pays you?
Each person is responsible for their own rent.
Okay, and how much rent do you charge each person to live in the home?
Currently, the weekly rent is $200 per week.
Times 15, which is $3,000 a week?
Well, so the house manager is not responsible to pay rent. He lives free of charge on the premises, and it's not that straightforward. There's always newer people in the house. Sometimes when people get to the house, they aren't in a position where they can afford to pay rent, or sometimes even after being there for a little bit, they maybe are in between jobs or lose a job for whatever reason. So I'm not sure where you're going with this, but
I appreciate that. So in addition to that rent, you also get paid by your boss who testified here today, which you work in that company as well, correct?
so yes, I get paid by my boss. However, the house is not directly affiliated with the outpatient in media. They're two completely separate entities.
But he refers patients to your facility.
Well, so Mark is clinical. Mark's a primary therapist there. I handle part of my role at the outpatient is front end stuff. So I wouldn't say Mark currently directly refers people to the house. When Mark was working at a different treatment center, he had a little more control over where people went.
So if Mark stated that he referred people to your establishment, he'd be incorrect.
No, so I mean, it's not that simple. Or if you want a simple answer, yes, he does.
Okay.
Because he stands behind the efficacy of the house and stands behind, so his treatment center is comfortable referring people to the house.
And maybe I didn't hear correctly, but didn't he testify that there were 5 people that he referred, 4 to 5 people that he had referred living in the house right now?
I think Mark was speaking in generalities, like meaning clients that he had at the outpatient were referred to the recovery house.
Well, are you trying to say he was uneducated in his answer to that?
No, I was not trying to say that. I'm just rephrasing it.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
My name is Richard Secor. I represent the Township of Newtown. A few questions. So you indicated you lived there at one point, became a partner, and then started to own it yourself after
Correct,
the business, not the building.
correct.
Other than that kind of on-the-job training, do you have any formal education or training with respect to sober living?
So with sober living facilities specifically, on the job training, I was just a normal resident there for about 7 months. When I had 7 months clean, I was promoted to house manager, and then I was the live-in house manager for the following 22 months.
I understand. And that's pretty much what your experience is.
Mhm.
And there were some questions about, 15 people being in the house. And you said, well, that's kind of the way it was set up when I went there.
Yeah.
Has there ever been, that you're aware of, any type of analysis or study done to determine that 15 is the appropriate number or necessary number?
Not a specific study that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware of any standards whatsoever for how many folks should be in bed?
I am aware with that. Like I mentioned earlier, with the DDAP standards for sober living facilities. I'm sorry, Department of Drug and Alcohol Programs of Pennsylvania. So their requirements are no more than 4 to a room. They want a minimum of 60 square feet per person in each bedroom. And they also say no more than 8 individuals per full bathroom.
That is for the licensed facilities.
Correct, yeah,
So you did say earlier that you're not licensed,
correct,
but if you wanted to have a license, that's the standards that you would have to comply.
yes.
Those standards.
So I believe in, like, in alliance with the township as well. I mean, I think,
That's my next.
Yeah,
So I mean,
yeah.
those standards don't talk about the location of those facilities.
right, the township would have to be okay with it too. I'm not sure if the Department of Drug and Alcohol Program supersedes the township or not. I'm just not sure the legalities of it.
I understand. But I mean, you're aware that are set up with different zoning areas.
Correct,
And there's some areas where there's multifamily housing and there's some single family housing.
yeah,
And, and obviously we're here today because this is a single family residential district, correct?
correct,
And what you're requesting is an accommodation of the zoning code saying these folks are living together essentially as a single family. And we're requesting an accommodation to exceed that 3 unrelated person limit, correct?
yes,
Okay. So those standards that you just referred to, they're silent as to zoning districts, correct?
unsure.
Okay. You're not aware of any correlation between the standards that you just referenced from DDAP to zoning districts?
Right, I'm not an expert in that.
I understand.
area. Yeah,
And I mean, and what you've done is you've looked at those yourself
correct.
and you haven't hired a consultant to walk you through the process or anything like that, correct?
No, I haven't gotten that far.
Would you agree that, and I think you said this earlier, and you may not have, but we talked about the purpose of the sober living facility, right? And it's that coming out of treatment, where the folks want to live together in a residential environment, correct?
Yes.
And it's to transition back so they can go to their own homes. And so the purpose is to actually live together like a single family residence, correct?
Correct.
And so do your folks share chores in the house? Is there a house cleaner? The cooking duties, how does that work?
They share chores. So everyone is responsible for their own space within their bedroom. And then there's a rotating list of chores that's shared by all of the residents that happens on a weekly basis that covers all the common areas.
And how about food?
Each resident is responsible for their own food. But a lot of times you'll see, guys go shopping together, plan meals throughout the week to cook and eat together.
But for the most, that rent payment that was discussed, that is rent to live in the house.
Right, so the rent payment covers everything but food. So the house provides all like paper products, so like paper towels, toilet paper, cleaning supplies, stuff for laundry, all the stuff that we need to take care of the yards throughout the seasons and the years.
So have you ever done an analysis or asked anyone to do an analysis of how 4 people living in a single bedroom corresponds or fits in with this notion of transitioning and living in a single family environment?
How does it fit into?
Right, I mean, there's when you're in a treatment facility, for instance, right? It's more institutional, right? There's a lot of people with individual rooms and a big shared bathroom, right?
I mean, most treatment centers, you're sharing a bedroom.
But I mean, their treatment facilities are like big centers, right? It's like more institutional type environment.
Yeah,
And this is
more of
supposed to,
more of a hospital setting. so
Right.
the-
and this is supposed to be more like a residential setting.
Correct.
And what I'm saying is, have you done any analysis or asked anybody to do analysis of whether 4 people in a bedroom, 3 in another bedroom, 7 or 8 people sharing a single bathroom, as to whether that is truly bringing about the goal of this single family residential living arrangement that you're seeking to do versus really being an institutional in nature?
Right, so I mean, as far as anything pertaining to my exact numbers of residents in each bedroom, no, I don't have any research or have read anything, that are like directly correlated with my direct number. It's just like in general, the idea of shared bedrooms, shared bathrooms are just kind of a part of it, but the idea of shared bedrooms, it helps build that sense of community. It helps build that bond. The disease of drug addiction and alcoholism is a disease that thrives on isolation. So drug addicts, alcoholics, they are typically coming from a place where they've isolated for a very long time by the time they land in a place like ours. So like the reintegration back into the community and building that sense of community and building that bond with somebody that you're sharing a bedroom with is paramount.
And I understand that, but can that not be achieved with 2 folks in a bedroom and with 3 or 4 folks sharing a bathroom? Isn't that a sense of community and sharing?
It can be, sure.
So you haven't stated here today that your facility cannot operate with less than 15 people.
I didn't state that.
I understand. In fact, sometimes it doesn't have 15.
Correct.
Is there a number that you've determined is the absolute minimum that you need to make this operation work so that people can, you gotta make the rent, right? You gotta provide paper towels, and like you said,
All those paper towels.
oh, yeah, toilet paper and cleaning products and, lawn care. I mean, maybe your folks do the lawn care, I don't know. But my point is, have you done the analysis of what is it that I really need to make this work?
Yeah, in where we're currently located, I think that number would probably fall in and around 12.
And why do you say that?
Just so if, based on what the current rent is, the amount, what we pay in energy and water, sewer, everything that goes into the operations of the house. 12 residents minus the house manager, so potentially 11 residents that are responsible for rent. And then kind of same thing, at any given time, it's not full. At any given time, there's new people that can't afford to pay rent. I don't have a direct analysis of that, but
And I guess that's my question to you is, I mean, I'm asking you the question now. To you, it's on the fly, right? I've been thinking about this question in advance. I'm just hitting you with it now. So, I mean, you kind of spitballing your answer right now. Is that kind of fair to say? It's like, yeah,
I
something
feel pretty
like that.
confident in it, though.
What's your rent?
It's $200 per week.
No, I'm sorry. What the rent that you have to pay to the owner?
$4,000 a month.
And have you done any analysis as to whether that is higher than what the market would call for in that neighborhood?
I believe that's pretty fair, possibly even a little under.
And how did you determine that?
Just how it seems, how it feels to me. I haven't compared it.
Okay.
So I guess I should just say I feel it's fair. I feel it's fair.
So you did talk about everybody has chores, but the yard maintenance, somebody else, that's an outside company that does the yard maintenance?
No, when I'm talking about yard maintenance, I'm talking about paying for lawn mowers, weed whackers, gasoline. But one of the gentlemen in the house usually always steps up and
I got you.
takes care of the yard.
And I think I'm done. Just give me one more moment to look at my notes. And I'll certainly yield if you want to do redirect live. I think I'm done.
No redirect.
I have a quick question while Rich is
Oh,
looking.
I'm sorry. My last.
Go ahead.
So, parking, okay. Have you been in touch with the township regarding impervious coverage limits, whether you can add parking on the property?
I have not.
Have you considered that or thought about that at all?
No, I haven't. I'm not very well versed in that area, so it wasn't a thought of mine to do.
That's all I have to say.
Just a quick one. Is there a visitor policy? These folks get visitors, a family that comes to see them?
They can, yeah. So family can come and visit. Families visits are usually limited to like the downstairs living room, kitchen area, or dining room area. In the summertime, out back.
Does that increase the number of people in the house at a given time? You've got, let's assume you have a full 15 complement and somebody's family's coming and it's mom and dad and
Right,
a
I
couple more
understand.
kids.
Typically, no, because if the house is full and there's 15 guys living there, you'd be hard pressed to find all 15 inside throughout the day. The only time that they're really there all at the same time is to sleep. And we have a weekly house meeting on Sunday nights. Otherwise, guys are out at work, IOP, 12-step meetings throughout the day. So, you know, it's very rare that everybody's under the same roof at the same time, other than sleeping.
So on average, what percentage of the people in the house are employed?
On average, above 90%.
90% of the folks that are in the house that during this program are employed?
I would say so.
So during the day, the house is pretty empty, I suspect.
Correct.
Everybody works different hours, I suspect as well, but by and large, the congregation of the folks at the house are dinner time and beyond?
Even beyond, yeah, because a lot of the 12-step meetings are in like the 7, 8 o'clock hour. So, yeah, I mean, everybody's typically coming back in around 9, 10 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
You're welcome.
Any members of the board have any questions?
Couple quick ones. Regarding parking, to the point of adding spaces, you said one was added in the front yard. Did you add that, or when and who was that added? and why?
Not sure when that was added. It was there before I moved in. So it's like, it's not a full spot. It's just a little carve out
Yep.
from the street into the front yard that's been paved. So typically when somebody's parking there, the majority of the car is in that spot and maybe like the 2 tires are in the street.
Yep, I see that. Was that where the parking confrontation was, or was it in the shared driveway?
Which one?
The, where the plow and the police and the one that you.
So that was, it's okay. That was next to the shared driveway. So the shared driveway.
Neither of those 2 places?
Huh?
Neither of those, neither the shared
Correct.
driveway or the.
Neither.
The spite, neither, okay. A wait list was mentioned for your facilities or type of facilities. I guess in your opinion, are there enough of your facilities to handle the demand of facilities like this?
In this area?
The area?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Hoy, no redirect?
No, sir.
Do you have any other witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. If I could suggest at this juncture, it's 9 o'clock. We've got a pretty full list. There's obviously some additional testimony, I'm sure that DeLuca and Cora would like to do, but can we agree on a continuance of the matter until next month to bring back whatever witnesses that you may have with regard to the case, and we'll proceed then. Any
Whatever the
objection?
board prefers, that's what we'll do.
Well, I think we've got a full agenda. This is the first case of the night, so I would think that the board would like to
board
proceed
does like that
with
idea.
this next month.
May I make a suggestion? Any way we can give it a special list so that we're the only one, because I think.
We want to continue.
There's other cases.
Yeah, we'll have that conversation to look at an extra date. I mean, obviously, getting the board to come in for additional days is a whole thing, but we'll figure that out.
Well, right now, for tonight's
That's-
proceedings, we have to go with the next,
Yeah.
next regularly scheduled meeting, which would be March 20th. So we don't have to re-advertise the proceeding if we stay with the given regularly scheduled meeting date.
And Mr. Murphy has a pre-planned trip that will take him out of town. That would also include that time period for next.
Well, are you suggesting to continue it to April?
I guess if that's the least bad alternative
Well,
to a continuance.
I mean, what I would suggest is, if that's the date that your client is going to be present, I would defer to counsel with regard to whether or not they have an objection, and then the board can rule on how to proceed. But frankly, if the applicant's not available on that particular date, he'd have to agree to waive in order to proceed.
Well, we would waive the listing for the March meeting and move to April in order to facilitate
No, I understand, I
a
understand.
proper hearing, but I
Let's hear
understand.
from counsel with regard to their positions.
Unfortunately, I would have to object. People have been here 3 times and you were never notified of prior. Goes up. But I've just gotten on the list. After calling secretaries, they let me know when it's going to be, because I know only hearing. If there hadn't been so many prior continuances, I wouldn't object.
And what's the process when there is the continuance? Is that something they just have to check the website for that information? Obviously, I'm just curious for the residents, because I have seen you show up, obviously, in the previous.
Well, if there's a
months.
continuance and we give it a specific date at the hearing,
Right,
then that's sufficient.
but I know
for
every
us to-
month we kept saying it was continued, so the people who were showing up then, how are they finding out, hey, it's continued again, it's continued again? I'm just saying, if
Well,
they have a way, are they supposed to be checking?
Every hearing we have, we open the record. If there's another continuance, we go on the record and you make a motion and a second, and we do the continuance on it by vote.
I know that. I'm just saying, when we get here for the meeting, right? We see that it's being continued. We're told then, hey, this application is going to be continued to help the residents avoid showing up or not going through what they've been through already. How can they find that out prior to, that's why I was
Well,
saying, I didn't know if it's something that's
We don't always
advertised.
know that far in advance.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to, right.
Unfortunately, we don't know till the day
All right.
of, and if I can't, I sent him an email, he's in court, it's,
I understand.
can't get it to him.
And for the residents, we get it. We've been here for all the meetings. We've seen all the continuances. We do get your frustration. I promise you that's not lost on us. Just know that we still have a lot of other applications we still have to get through even tonight. We're probably gonna be here until midnight. We get it. I promise you that. So we're here for all. There's all that. There's, I promise you the next couple are gonna be long ones, so. But I just want you to know that we're not dismissing anything. We get it.
Township position, we don't have a per se objection to that continuance. As long as we have an agreement to work in good faith to address the parking issue.
I see no impediment to that.
What additional testimony is being given? I mean, if there's no more, and I'm just curious.
Can we agree to a date certain of April 17th?
The residents are going to testify as to the parking.
So you're calling, okay, so you're calling.
They're all
additional-
gonna,
Okay,
they all want to testify.
okay.
Well,
I have a overloading. Imagine.
17th.
So I'm trying to make sure he's available on April 7th. If he's not, maybe we can do something like that position. It's a good stipulation as to what he would say, but I would imagine that's the point.
I'm sure we can continue to work cooperatively to get this.
I would be willing to waive Mr. Murphy's presence at that
Well,
hearing.
Well,
I'm not
I don't
willing
know
to
that that would
waive
be up to
Mr.
Bob
Burke's
to waive. I mean, if the applicant wants to be here to hear the testimony.
Andy, we have 8 hearings next month,
So far.
not so far.
Yes. And I can't guarantee you'll be the first one next week. next
Or a specialist.
So,
No,
yeah.
no, not on the record. Not on the record. Well, let's just see.
Off the record.
so I think we had talked about the potential of trying to schedule a second special meeting in March. But we haven't shared dates yet. We don't know when the room's available yet. We have to, try to organize it with the board, Mr. Auslander, as well as everyone else. So what we'll try to do tomorrow is to organize some dates for that special March meeting. But I was hoping not to have to re-advertise it, so we would go to a date certain. But if that's the case, then we'll have to re-advertise it and go from there. But I do think it's wise to try to schedule a second meeting at some point in March to get through all of the pending applications that we currently have.
You do it March or early April.
Or
We-
early
We can
April.
schedule
Right,
it in
right.
March, so it's a date certain, then come up with a special meeting in the interim.
I think that's what was being said from the beginning.
Yeah.
Same, you said,
Even
we
if we
need a
schedule
date
for
certain
date
and then we'll
certain,
adjust.
You move it to some other date, and we'd have to re-advertise.
Schedule that.
So. That's fine.
Well, unless we open the record, it says. Unfortunately. Everybody knows ahead of time.
Well, my suggestion would be to get it on the April 17th date certain. I think township will make some efforts. Township, code enforcement officer, zoning officer will make some effort to try to coordinate a secondary date. If that works for everyone, then we'll just schedule it, we'll re-advertise, and we'll notify everybody at that point.
As it stands now, we're looking at the 17th.
April
April.
17th is a date certain pending, a mutuality of agreement and a new date. One other thing, Bob, you handed, three documents up. You
Yeah,
want them marked?
I marked them, but I'll use them with my people when they
All
go.
right, so you'll introduce them on
Yep.
in your case? Okay, so I'm gonna hold it. April 17th is a continuing date.
I didn't even realize.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You can have it. You'll hold on to it. You have these?
And then there was
All right, thanks, sir.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute break
I
here.
don't think I have the rules.
Yeah, yes, it was a second page. I think you got the rule, already got the.
I'm busy.
Just one second page.
Literally,
That's it.
the third,
That's it.
fourth,
I'll copy and send it to you.
and the 17th.
So,
In March, that I have.
the only thing is.
Well, we'll get tomorrow, I'll just see what we have.
And what I gotta tell you is I'm already getting somebody in the group that wants one of those things.
What's that?
and I
What's
don't know
that?
when that's gonna be.
The date?
So I just gave it to them.
I just want to make
So
sure.
you may not
We
need-
thought off for a while.
Well,
You're the man.
I'll try to get with Heather and have these guys consider those dates. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely,
Not this one.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Because those are more easier to fit in. Yeah, because I don't know that we've advertised. I don't know if we've advertised it yet. I think we're good. Yes, as long as we haven't advertised it, yes, we're good. And he got almost sorry. Yeah. I mean, I think it's an existing non-conformity that it's not changed. But let me, if you can, if you would just like email me as the address. 207. Well, I'll remember, because this is 307. Yeah, I will, I'll do what I can to look at, like, get an aerial view and look at it, and at least give you my opinion on it. All right, that's all I say. I have your email. I'm sure I know. All right. But you seen your little buddy? Yes. Talk to his wife about that. Well, you know what? She's a very nice person. Hey, look, and I'll be perfectly honest with you. I like it. That I don't want it. I think he feels like, you know, we had a conversation on his property long. Yeah, well, and I don't, I have. Big person. Well, I know. I know.
He takes the fence down, and he gets a citation that he transferred the premises where he didn't know.
Well, you get a citation. It was all noticed. It was all noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how was he on our property?
Oh, well. You're welcome to join us up. What? No, I said, you're welcome to join us.
No, I'll sit back there and I'm not gonna sit there. You're not. I'm here 2 minutes.
All right, we're gonna get started, everyone. Z 2024-32, Mark Gilbert and David Gilbert. 3081 West Chester Pike, painting the subject property at 4224 West Chester Pike. Applicant is seeking special exception approval for the expansion of a non-conforming use of the property. The applicant also requests relief from any other section of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Subject premises located in the R3 zoning district. Do we have Gilbert's here? All right, just. All right. You can have them
Well-
sit with you right here.
Yeah.
The mic, just use the microphone in front of you, just face it
Well,
towards
we
you
have
guys.
some preliminary things to put on the record, so.
Do we have, well, is the file in order for this application?
Yes, the file is in order. Tim can put that up on the screen. We have a photograph of the property being physically posted with tonight's notice. Notice was prepared and sent to the local paper for advertisement on 2 separate occasions, as well as we have mailed, there's a mailing list available to all the property owners within 200 feet of the property boundary.
All right, Sam?
Mr. Chairman, based on the representation of our zoning officer, I ask that the application accompanying documents and exhibits presented at the time of application be marked as Township Exhibit Number 1. A list of residents within 200 feet who received notice of tonight's hearing be marked as the Township Exhibit Number 2. That the proofs of publication in the Delaware County Daily Times listed on 2 consecutive weeks be listed as Township Exhibit Number 3, and a picture of the posting of the property providing notice of tonight's hearing be marked as a Township Exhibit Number 4.
All right, they are admitted. And do we have anybody here who is a party protestant for this application? Or who will be making public comment? Are you? Okay,
You just can't because you have nothing better to do.
all right. All right, that's everything then. The floor is yours. Take us through your application, what you're looking for here.
Okay, my name is Donald Weiss. I'm an attorney in Chadds Ford. My ID number is 17574. And the presentation would be by Mr. Gilbert. So, he's been sworn in. Yes. Okay, Mr. Gilbert, would you explain to the board how you own this and how you came about becoming the owner of the property? Here.
Originally, I started managing the property for Charlie Huber when he owned it. He was the original owner. Yes, he bought those property in 1946, 45, right during the war. I started managing his real estate for him in 1978. He built houses in Walton, all over the place. Basically, it was a tile contractor and tile, ceramic tile, bathrooms, and then he and his son were builders. They built a lot of homes all in the Wallingford area, all over. And I was managing the real estate they owned. They would hold on to this real estate that they owned and rent it out. I'm sorry. Is it better? So it was 1978, I started managing all the real estate. And then in 1990, I purchased it from Charlie's widow, Mrs. Thelma Huber,
In 1999.
1999.
So you and your son have owned it as joint tenants with right of survivorship since 1999.
Correct,
And your son is Mark Gilbert.
correct.
Don, why don't you use that microphone, the green one, so that the court reporter can pick up your.
Okay, so you've owned it since 1999, and you and your son bought it as joint tenants with right of survivorship
That is correct,
from Mrs. Huber.
correct,
But you've been involved with the property since 1978.
correct.
Did you know the property before 1978?
Yes,
And were you at the property before 1978?
yes.
And what was there? Would you describe because let me explain for the board and for my client. The whole issue is what was there when, back in the olden days, and what was there when Dave and Mark bought the property, and what is there now? And how much it's expanded, because we're here to have an expansion of use.
The way you used to have to get to the property was you used to have to go at West Chester Pike, hit Pomona, and then come up on Florida Avenue. Florida Avenue, go right in to where the driveway was.
Okay. And
Here's Florida Avenue here. Now, this is Campus Boulevard today.
but you knew the property before 1978.
Yes,
You because did you work there? Did you play there? Did you do something there?
Well, we used to, when we were kids, walk up from Valley View up to Edgemont. We knew Mr. Huber. We'd always hang out at the
And
Careful Lodge.
you've been a resident of Newtown Township all your life,
since 1940.
all your life.
Yes.
All right, and when you, as long as you've known the property, what was there back in the fifties and sixties?
There was a house, 2 garages. And Charlie operated different businesses and rent out property to other.
And then in 1978, when you were managing the property, what was there?
There was Charlie's tile business, and 2 builders. Actually, well, and there was a guy that was doing automobile repairs also.
So there were 5 tenants there,
No, the max at that time was about 4.
4 tenants there. And then in 1978, when you started managing the property, until you bought the property, what then was being put in there and how was it expanding from 1978 until 1999?
We were just opening up more, not as many, just about the same number of tenants, but more space of the ground is being.
And what was the space being used for?
Basically, a lot of it was just parking vehicles, using for vehicles, because a lot of vehicles would come in, especially with the builders, or with the guy that was doing that had the automobile repair.
And so did it expand from 1978 to 1999, the operation?
Correct.
It did?
Yes, it did.
About how much?
10%.
Okay, 10% from 78 to 99. Now, then you bought it in 1999 with your son, Mark.
Correct.
And then you've managed it since 1999.
That is correct.
And have you added any buildings to the property?
No.
Have you expanded the parking or laydown area?
Yes.
And what is the laydown area?
Where they, space that they're actually utilizing.
But is it where they park their equipment?
Yes. Yes, or whatever else they have.
And since 1999, has the area been expanded beyond what it was in 1999?
No.
Not since 19.
Oh, no, since 1990, yeah, about 10%.
Another 10%.
No, 10% too.
10% total
Yeah.
since when?
99.
Since 99. So, but you said it expanded from 78 to 99 by 10%.
Mhm.
And then from 99 to today, 10%. So that's, since 1978, it's expanded 20%.
Correct.
But no extra buildings.
No extra ones.
And the only thing that's been expanded was the parking area.
Correct.
And how did you expand the parking area? Did you put asphalt down or did you just put stone down?
Well, originally we just put stone down, and then a couple of years ago, 2 dead ash trees to the right of the barn. There were actually 3 big trees there. They wanted to just take them all down. We didn't want to. But the ash trees were hollowed out, so we took them down and we left the big walnut tree. And then it was already stone, but we put blacktop on.
You put blacktop.
Right.
Did you get a building permit to put the blacktop down?
Presume we did. What is it?
Hold on. Okay, so you put stone down.
We had stone in.
Okay, and we just heard from the peanut gallery that it's not blacktop. Okay. But it's not just plain stone anymore.
Right.
Okay, but you, other than parking, you haven't expanded the buildings or any other usage? And have you increased the number of tenants that are there?
No, actually, the tenants are less than it. I mean, we did, one time we had 9 tenants in there. Right now, we only have 3.
3 tenants.
Right.
Are they using the entire space or are they just using, or is it just the parking area you don't care much about in there?
It's the parking area.
So the expansion since 1978 to the present has been approximately 20% and it's been entirely parking.
Correct. Or yard usage, whatever. you call it.
What?
Yard usage, whatever, like the Baldwin roofing, equipment,
Okay, parking a truck or their, you know, whatever they
Right.
load the tar with or whatever.
Yeah, right. They used to, in fact, Walden one time used to have a lot of roofing material.
And have you
They don't-
put up, have you,
Baldwin, they've been out here since the father, grandfather.
okay, and have you put a fence around the property?
Yes, because when we took this down, they asked us to, because they didn't want the people coming in and coming into the park to come in. And people, we put a fence on the back side where the driveway is into the next door to the park. Because they, and we do, because people come there, they drop trash off, they drop their refrigerators.
And right now with the fewer tenants, do they use all the parking area?
Most of it, I would say, yes. Not as much as we used to use, but because we used to pull up behind the house, and we, as I said, we used to always come in through the Drexel yards and come in right here by the house there, and come in, especially in the winter, because before we put in Campus Boulevard, because that was the easiest way to get in, because they didn't plow the system.
Okay, and if the board grants you permission to expand the use you don't plan to expand it any more than what you have today? So you're not asking to expand it beyond what you have, you're just asking for permission to keep it the way it is right now?
Right.
And if the board wants you to put in any extra trees, you'll plant trees if you want.
Yep, we have some in there. There's.
Okay, you just
yeah.
mumbled something.
Okay.
What do you mean you have some in there? Did you plan to put some in there or?
Well, I think didn't we put some in there, Mark?
But you can't do that.
Okay, I don't know. I know there was some there by the fence, and there weren't before.
But if the board gives you approval to
Yes.
keep it the way it is, you would put any number of trees that the board would
Correct.
like you to put in
Correct.
to shade it, buffer it from the neighbor.
Correct.
I have nothing further of this witness. My only other witness would be Mark to testify as to the blacktops. It's not there.
This plan that I gave him here, that's the area that we did.
You have copies of so you know what. Okay.
Great. I guess there was a plan submitted with your application, right?
Yes.
I think we have that on, line here.
Well, you guys are looking that over. I'm very lost. I still have no clue what we're looking for here. Like what your application is even for. Yeah, please.
Go down Campus Boulevard.
Yep.
I'll go down the hill.
Yep.
I'm sitting at that intersection, deciding.
Right.
Do I go to PJ Wellingham's or do I go to Sedona? Right? You look to your right, that corner property.
Mhm.
It's the only property between you and that car and Drexel Lodge Park. That property is owned by Mr. Gilbert.
Okay.
That's the property we're talking about. It's
Yep.
actually two parcels, correct, Don?
2 parcels, 3.75 acres.
And so what Mr. Gilbert has explained is that prior to the zoning code being adopted for this area, the property was used as a non-conforming use, a commercial use on this residential zone property, it's R3. And I don't know if it was, I don't know if it wasn't, I don't have any counter testimony. Just, Mr. Gilbert's explained for me, it's been that way. And it has been used that way. Since our zoning officer was here, and since our prior zoning officer was here. No dispute at the house and the garages. That's one parcel. Then another parcel which goes up the hill a little bit. So if you're sitting, the light's going up behind you. That is a parcel where township maintains, expanded into this area and without permission. So we said, you better ask for permission, or you're gonna get cited. So Mr. Gilbert filed a plan saying, I'm seeking permission for essentially the expansion that I've done. That's why we're here, right? And so the township, I don't know that we're here to say you can't use the property as it's been being used as much as you kind of overdid it and push back a little bit. And we're gonna show pictures as to what we think the history of the property has been, where we think some areas should be buffered. We talked about some trees and fences and stuff like that. Just to make it in harmony, it's a residential, it's a park and a residential neighborhood. Around it. If you go up the hill, it's SU1 district, Campus Boulevard. Drexel Park is right next door, right across Campus Boulevard, on West Chester Pike is residential property, and the residential properties that go up. So that's why we're here. I had very few questions for Mr. Gilbert. I think you're going to testify too, you said?
Just as to whether, this Mr. Gilbert said he thought it was blacktop,
Yep.
and then he
Here's what
piped up and
clarified.
said he's gonna clarify.
What was the actual expansion that took place, though? Was something built there? That's,
It's not. So there's no new buildings. You mind if I just go through it now,
Yeah.
just to make it easier?
Yeah.
If you go to township, I had these marked T1 through T. You said township 1 and township 2 and township 3 have already been used?
1 to 8.
Yeah, but if I use this T instead of township, is that
Yeah,
fair
that's
enough?
right.
Keep it that way. The T1 through T8 is a series of photos. Here. These are from Google Earth, and we had our zoning officer go through and look at all these. So if you can zoom in on those. And so if you go to the top. See where it says 4224 UCP, that means 4224 West Chester Pike. The next two, the 4.99, that's April of 99. So now you go to December, a little anxious there. So go back to 99, the very first one. So this is the Google Earth picture looking down from April of 1999. And then you'll see April of 99, this is the year that Mr. Gilbert purchased the property. You'll see the house that fronts West Chester Pike, and you'll see the 2 garages, and the testimony is those garages were used commercial. Go to the very next slide, please. December of 02, and you can see the same house and the same garages. Go to the third one. This is August of 07. It's, you know, it's nicer season, so there's more trees and stuff, but it's the house and 2 garages. We'll go just a little bit further so we can see what T number T4. So now we're at April of 2010. Now do you see the trees being cleared a little bit below that line? Remember Mr. Gilbert explained that Florida Avenue used to go through before Campus Boulevard existed. So now below, see how it's starting to open up a little bit? That's 2010. Go to the next slide. May of 2016 at T5, now you start to see some stuff there. Go to the next one. June of 2019. More stuff there. And then go to the next one. This is September of 2023, and there's one more. Okay, so that's what we're here today for. To explain why we're here. So my question to Mr. Gilbert is, looking at T8, would you say that fairly represents what exists on the property today?
Yes, except in that area that is over where we cut down some scrub trees, it's all green.
I understand, and let's,
Please use the mic. I'm sorry.
and so, am I correct, Mr. Dover? What happened was, over the years, this started getting cleared out and used more and more
Yep.
up here, not,
Yep.
not where we see
That's correct,
the,
right,
I don't know what that is, the ground cover there.
right.
So over, these pictures accurately show how the property's been used and progressed over the years, correct? And then what happened is sometime in 2024, somebody, I don't think you did it, somebody, one of your tenants, he said, I
Yep.
believe, clear a bunch of trees here, right?
Right.
And by correcting that, opened up the view line for the public to see what's going on inside the
Correct.
property.
Right, right.
And so what you're saying, when you said this photograph at T8, he said, yeah, it's accurate, except where those trees were taken down, a plan was submitted to the township for stabilization of that area.
Yeah, we just submitted a plan, the engineer and whatever, and then we said, hey, we're not gonna go there, so he used to forget it, but just go.
So now,
For the upper corner.
instead of this area where whatever that hand ground cover is, that's more grassy now.
Oh,
because
yes,
It's been
in fact,
stabilized.
trees are growing there again.
But everything else is still there.
Yes, yep,
And this big red thing there, is that like a trailer?
yes,
Okay, that's, it's been sitting there for a while.
yep.
And you can see that from Campus Boulevard, right?
I guess you can nail.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going, yeah, if you stop there and slow down, you see it. If you drive by, you don't see it.
And this area up here, see this little loop driveway up there?
Right,
That's in Drexel Lodge Park. You're familiar, that's right next to it, right?
it's the edge of our property.
You said you used to play there when you were a kid.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was a park back then, but it was Drexel Lodge, right?
no, it was a Drexel Lodge, yeah.
Drexel Lodge.
Now we go up
Yeah,
there, because
park.
once a year, they bring the football team out, and they get all that.
Gotcha. So, but this area next to now Drexel Lodge Park, that's some construction materials there too, correct? Behind the garages?
Pardon me, there's what?
Behind the garages and along the border with Drexel Lodge Park. That's like, is that construction materials that are stacked there?
Yeah, it's basically parking and some construction materials, not a lot.
And so if we go back to T7, please. So that was new this year between September of 23, where that construction material and parking and stuff doesn't exist, but now it exists in 2024, right?
No, that was. Does anybody remember when Mike Trio worked in the township?
Yeah, roughly.
That's when we cut those trees down.
Well, let's go back and
Yeah, I can show you on this plan too, which I hadn't, just got,
here's 2019, all those trees are still there.
here you go. It's even better. This is from Herb McCombie. When we were going through and giving him the right of way, and you'll see that it's all open in there. It's all open. Through it, that would be right.
This is November of 2018.
Right. And see the sewer.
And what I'm,
Down here.
okay, so what I'm pointing at right now, and what we're gonna do is show the board this one, okay? But here's the two garages.
Yep.
And then this is trees here, right?
No, that was, the dark are the trees. That's just grass over here. So like this grass here, and even here is all grass here. And this is a.
And can we mark this?
Sure. And yeah, you should have that on file in the.
He just got it
somewhere.
Do
we have copies from, you know how many copies?
And that's with the sewer plan. And if you need that too, if that helps you. This,
Don, for the board's edification, I need some clarity myself. So your position is that the original property is non-conforming, correct? And you, client has obviously testified that there's been expansion, we've seen the pictures of the extent.
Yeah.
Is your application for exception for the expansion of the non-conforming use, does it start with the initial expansion of 10% 1978 to the existing level of what we've seen? Is that your, is that what you're saying? No, okay, Tom. So for the record, I'm just trying to find parameters of your request. You're requesting expansion of the subject non-conforming property from 1978 through to today's date in 2025.
Correct, and it's been,
The parameters as they are shown on the present T8.
correct. And the testimony was by Mr. Gilbert that it went 10% from 78 to 99, and another 10% from 99 to today, so 20%
So
expansion.
your position is with all of these trees being removed and the expansion is only 20%?
That's what
30%?
That's what Mr. Gilbert testified.
Okay, that's his testimony. Okay.
This one here.
So what you've done is, in answer to my question, when I looked at from T6, T7, and T8, the area adjacent to Drexel Lodge Park, which Drexel Lodge Park being in the top right-hand corner of each of those photographs. And I said, it looked like there was trees there and not storage, and you said, well, it was always open there, correct? And what you were pointing to make your point is a vicinity plan of proposed sanitary sewer dated November 13, 2018, correct? By Herb Matheny.
Right.
And so can we mark this as, anyone mark T9?
Sure.
We'll mark this as T9. And I believe Mr. Gilbert, you explained to me that what is depicted on T9 in this area is red.
Correct. There's never anything behind the farm, that's where we have the septic system.
Dave, speak into the microphone.
Yeah. Oh. You're right, right. The dark are the trees, even this, see, this is even this. Yeah, but, yeah, so like here, see this, that is one tree there. This is all open, all these, they look like trees and they.
Don, what's going on here?
This,
Yeah, are we on the record or are we off the record?
Overall.
no, the dark. You go.
We're either on the record or we're off the record.
So, yeah, that's fine, and we can, let's get back on the record. He was trying to point out from his drawing to show us what we are looking at, seems to be trees, so. In my opinion. But do we want it, is this T9 you said, right? Is this being admitted as T9, you said, into the?
Oh, yeah, we'll mark it as applicant, well, it's not 9, it would be,
There is a TA, right?
well, this would, well, it's not a township exhibit, it's yours.
No, he.
Oh, you offered it?
No. Rich suggested that.
Okay, all right, we'll put it T9,
Which is what he did. It's a rich.
getting out of hand.
All right, so where are we at here?
That's what I wanted to ask Mr. Gilbert about. So township asked you to submit a plan, correct?
Correct.
And you did submit a plan along with your application for.
Correct.
And that's it. So we have a copy of that.
Right.
I believe there's a copy with everyone's application.
Yes. Is this the plan?
Yes.
This is the plan that you're submitting?
Looks like
That's attached to the application.
Yes,
So that's a plan is part of township one.
okay, so we admitted it and accepted it as township exhibit.
And that's the only plan that you have submitted with your
Correct.
application, correct?
Correct. And the other plan submitted were the control.
For the stabilization after the trees came
You
down.
have it.
So
I don't have a copy of that.
that's the only questions I have for Mr. Gilbert. You can sit down.
Okay. Now you've had this explained to you, T1 through T8.
Right.
Do you still believe that it was only an expansion? I mean, I understand that these are aerial photos at different
Yes.
times of the year, but do you still believe that the expansion from when you bought it in 1999 to the present was a 10% expansion of the park, of the area that was being utilized, which is predominantly just parking?
Yes.
Parking. And seeing this, of course, none of them go back before you owned it. You still believe that the expansion from 78 to 99 was a 10% expansion. And again, no buildings, just parking or lay down or whatever you want to call it, storage of outside storage.
Correct.
And I, in the interim, I spoke to Mr. Gilbert, Mark Gilbert, and he did confirm that it is blacktop. How much of the area that was expanded was blacktop? How much?
Because, see, here, the garages are here. Okay,
Go ahead. So how much do you believe of the expanded area you put blacktop for parking?
you feed more.
All right, I'll give Mr., I have to get Mr. Mark Gilbert to testify to the square footage of the paved area. Unless you're willing to let him tell me.
Whatever.
Okay. Mark, you have to be sworn in.
Swear testimony.
I do.
Okay, what do you have as being the square footage of the paved blacktop?
I don't have the square footage, but I believe it's roughly maybe 3,000 square feet. It was paved.
Is that your best guess? Okay. And you're willing to, Mr. Gilbert, you're willing to buffer the area to make this place look better to the neighbors.
Correct, yeah, we already did with the fence.
The fence is not good enough.
Well, they asked, the township asked us to put up.
Are you willing to put
Yes.
trees up?
Yes.
To whatever extent the township
Yes.
requests that you put trees up along, not only along the campus boulevard, but along the back part of the thing.
Right.
Because you do admit that based upon all these trees being cut down until the trees grow back up to the neighbors, it's pretty unsightly.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
I have nothing further. All I can suggest is I present, I don't have any evidence, it's all your exhibit, so.
Thank you. Mr. Retchak, you're familiar with the property?
There's the, yes, to swear, yes, to be sworn.
I do.
You're familiar with the property, Mr. Retchak, at issue for West Chester Pike,
I am.
but there's two parcels that we're talking about, correct?
I understand that to be,
You're not seeing a survey for these properties, correct?
no.
the plan submitted doesn't actually break down the property line between the properties.
No, I don't believe it's an accurate survey plan.
So. Show you 11. Which unfortunately, it's very hard to see. The T11, can we go back to the T8? I regret that, that's fine, I regret that this isn't a clearer picture, but this is what this is. This is a copy of the tax map from the website. And shows Florida Avenue approaching Campus Boulevard, correct?
Correct.
And then it stops.
Correct.
Just like that line stops on the tax map, correct? Where
Right.
Florida Avenue would go.
Correct.
And then it hits campus, and then there's Campus Boulevard. And then the other side is the property that we're talking about, right?
Correct.
Now, according to the tax map, and unfortunately, it's very difficult to see, there's a line, a property line, right along this driveway mark on P8, correct?
That's correct.
So that's kind of where the two properties separate, right?
That's correct.
Right there. So this is better from the.
There's another one down by.
It's just the equator.
So it could be the better one. Why don't we mark this as T12? And this was the as-built sewer plan for Old Masters Pump Station that you had in your possession. Right. Okay. This was given to you by Herb McCoffey. Okay. And we'll call that T12. And it just depicts that property line a little clearer. That we're talking about here. Here's the house on West Chester Pike. Here's the two garages. Here's Florida Avenue, and here's the property line. Thank you.
Yeah. This was T9, right? Was this T9? Yes.
Yeah, well, that is, but this is what he's referring to right now.
Okay. So that's what he's,
So,
Rich, what are you labeling?
T12, right?
T12 is the big one. So, Mr. Retchek, what we're showing is there's two parcels there, correct?
That's correct.
The property line is in the vicinity of where Florida Avenue would be if it carried through, right?
That's correct.
Now, you understand that Mr. Gilbert maintains that, hey, on that second property, it's always been used commercially, that not where the houses and the garage are, but the other property where the trees were cleared, saying that's always been used commercially. Do you have any evidence that was always used commercially?
I don't have any physical evidence that that was used commercially.
There's no township record of that being used commercially?
No,
There's nothing on a plan anywhere that shows that it was being used commercially?
nothing that I was able to find.
And if that was not being, well, you know, Mr. Gilbert says it was, but if it was not, is that lot, that second lot, a non-conforming use? Or is it still just a residential lot with?
If it wasn't used, I would say it's an existing conforming lot used in the R3 residential district.
So that.
So it would have to conform with the R3 district use requirements.
And laydown area and parking for commercial operations, would that be consistent?
That's correct.
Okay. Would it be consistent with R3 or not consistent with?
It would not be consistent with R3.
So we have testimony about the first parcel, 4224, which is on the corner of West Chester Pike, and pretty clear testimony that that was used commercially.
Correct.
prior to the zoning code. And there's no dispute that that is a non-conforming use, an existing non-conforming use.
Correct.
The second parcel, which would be, I guess, south or east of Florida Avenue here, where that clearing is, there was never a permit to expand into that area.
No, no, sir.
Was there any permits for parking, stormwater management or anything like that?
I found no township records or plans in regard to that parcel.
So the plan that has been submitted with the application,
Correct.
does that have measurements on it sufficient to determine what parcel we're talking about? Where it is in relation to any buildings or what it is that the applicant is trying to do?
There's no dimensions on it whatsoever. It's not a survey plan.
So for you to be able to provide testimony as to the scope or impact of the requested expansion of the nonconformity, whether it can go onto that second lot or not, what would you need?
I would need a survey plan showing the existing and the prior condition.
And have you asked for that?
I have, to Mr. Gilbert.
Okay, but you haven't got it yet.
No, sir.
So already. For this T10. I didn't use T10.
You went out of order,
Went
didn't
out
you?
of order. T10. Can you tell me what those photographs are, Mr. Rector?
It appears that these were photographs taken from, I would say, the right of way of Campus Boulevard, looking northeast into Mr. Gilbert's property.
And in fact, I asked you to go to Campus Boulevard and take a look from Campus Boulevard and see if it matches those photographs.
Yes,
And the first two photographs, correct?
yes,
And is that the way it looks from Campus Boulevard?
yeah,
And then the next two, and that's the second lot, right? That's not the corner lot, that's the second.
that would be the second lot, not the one that fronts on West Chester Pike.
That is the way it looks, when you last checked, and when would you last check?
I actually ride by this property every day.
So, okay, and there's no fence between, I'm not suggesting Mr. Gilbert was inaccurate intentionally, but you did mention that, you mentioned there's a fence on the property, right? But the fence is not along Campus Boulevard.
No,
The fence is where?
well, I believe the fence is kind of like an L shape or even a small corral to keep one of the tenants' materials and parking secure. So it doesn't run the entire border along campus or along the other property.
So if you looked at the first two photographs of T10, the second two photographs on T10, what angle are they taken from?
Well, I think this appears to be taken from Drexel Park Lodge.
So if you're looking, if you're standing in Drexel Park Lodge, you're looking into the property.
Correct.
It's that area here where we talked about where there's a dispute, whether it was trees or grass,
That's correct.
and now it's.
That's correct.
The second two pictures of T10.
The second two pictures of T10 would have been taken from the access road in Drexel Park Lodge, looking westbound.
So these two? Yes. That's all I have for my questions.
Mr. Gilbert, you heard Mr. Apologize.
Okay, red check.
You heard Mr. Richards say that he had asked you for surveys better depicting what you were asking for.
Nobody asked. About, gave me the application, he didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I just took the application, otherwise I would have had it. One. Plus the one that I gave you from the tonight, could use that. That is a actual survey, one for the, it's an actual survey from Herb McComb. He surveyed the whole property for the sewer authority, when they put it in the sewer. He asked for a right of way.
Now, in this one, on the application you submitted, you have a plan depicting, I have a color one, but
Yeah.
I use the black, I'll use the black and white. The area that is at issue right now, from what I'm seeing from the pictures, is Mr. Sikora is indicating that this was not, this area here, where depicted that was not used prior to you buying it for any.
Yes, it was. Yeah, Baldwin Roofing's been there for,
Okay, is that in this area
Yes.
shaded with gray? Do we have the colored ones? Are they colored in your set or not? That's not it.
the big area there that is gray.
Okay, the big
That-
area on what exhibit is this?
That exhibit is, what was, T1, because it came in with your application.
Okay, T1, the area that's shaded in gray to the right of, I presume that's the continuation of,
That's the driveway going in, here where it curves, right area there. Baldwin's been there.
don't
I
use
know, I'm trying to
forever.
think,
For-
man.
The board wants to hear a date. Forever is
They've been
longer
there
than
since
we've
the
been
80s.
since the eighties. So that gray shaded area was there since the eighties.
Yep.
But you testified before that that was there in in 78 when you took over, or that? You just said 80. When
The Baldwin, they expanded.
okay, but when was that area and to the right of the driveway started to be used?
78 since I started managing.
Or was being used from 78? But you can't see it from the aerial photos.
Charlie parked his trucks in the builder, and the builders parked their trucks. Because Charlie parked his trucks on the back there, beside the garage.
Well, can you explain why you can't see it in 99?
I don't, I don't use that because that's not as good as the one that I saved from McCommy, because it was open there.
Well, this was in April of 99. Now,
Right.
granted, the trees have leaves on them and so
But that's not accurate. If you look at the one that I gave you from McCommy, it was behind the garage, there was some trees there. There were never trees there because that's where our whole septic system was back there. We always kept that open.
this is the one from McCombie. T9.
And we always cut in from the other side. It shows trees there and there were never trees there.
But this is the McCombie's 2018.
Right.
But this was in
But what I'm saying is even here, when you come in the Drexel Lodge, there are never trees there in the top. Yeah.
My suggestion is you have, whether you use McCombie or anybody else, I mean,
I only used him good.
yeah, I understand, but whoever you use, I'm not suggesting you use McCombie. If there's a survey,
Yes.
then we have an engineer surveyor was to take that plan and superimpose on it what it is you maintain used to be there and what it is you want to do now, which essentially is this plan.
Correct.
But it doesn't have any dimensions, it doesn't have any relationship with the property line, it doesn't have any, there's nothing to it. So I think what the township has really wanted all along is, what was it? What is it now? And what is it that you're actually asking? And with that, we can put that in front of the board and say, look, we've heard testimony. This is what Mr. Gilbert says used to be there, you couldn't see it because of trees. This is what he wants now with measurements, because what the board might say is, there's three options what the board can say is, we don't think the second parcel was ever used, and we don't think you should be using that commercially at all. We're not approving the expansion because we can't, because it's not a non-conforming use. Or they might say, all right, you were in there a little bit, but you've expanded in there, but you're going too far, so scale it back. Or they could say, just you know, keep it where it is, right? But I don't think they could do that without those dimensions.
Okay, I
So we got pictures and we got, satellite photos and we got pictures from the road, but we don't have anything on this that can
Okay,
really
There-
help us.
yeah, there needs to
So
be
I
some-
suggest we just keep the record open,
Right.
waive any requirements, come back with that plan and then submit it.
If the board please, I'd make that recommendation.
There needs to be some specificity in the ask.
Asking
I
for
still don't know what's being
continuance.
asked.
Well, so the ask.
No, like, there's not, yeah.
Yeah,
not-
yes. What the ask is they're saying, look, what exists now, we've stabilized where we took the trees down, where you see all the stuff. The ask is just let us keep it that way and put some buffering up. And what Council's saying, whoa, that's a lot. And if you're going to, that whole second lot is an issue, but if you're going to do that second lot, what exactly is the boundaries of what, because what's gonna happen, I know you didn't go out there with a shovel, you have tenants, right? And the tenants go out there and they're like, hey, I could use this area over here. So when the township rides by and says, there's been another expansion, somebody go out there with a tape measure and say, you've exceeded what you're allowed, right? And so we just don't have that. Like, I can't use this and say, oh, you've expanded, not expanded. We'll be doing this again every 6 months, every time a tenant comes down.
Hey, Rich, I guess what we're saying is, you're saying you've always used it over the years. Nobody ever saw it because of the trees, right? And we're saying, well, when we looked at the satellites, it doesn't say that. Now that you knocked the trees down, we can see what's going on. You gotta explain to us and prove to us that over the years, you've been using it and you just haven't seen it because of the trees. This is what we've always done, and we've only expanded it really 10% more into that ground. And what the township is saying, well, it looks like you really went 50%. We need to find out where that line definitely is. And you gotta kind of prove to us what's happening
Set
there.
a baseline.
Right.
Right.
Right,
Baseline, so that's the,
yeah,
that's the line. of
you understand what we need? Don?
Yes, so I
You
request,
understand what we need?
yes, I request a continuance, keep the testimony open, and we'll come back with the proper plans. Thank you.
I think a next date would be March. We're pretty full on March.
I
I want to
would,
get a survey, you'll probably need at least April.
at least April, so. I would-
2026.
April 17th, fine.
17th.
April 17th? All right, so we have a date certain, a continuance.
Okay.
Board, okay with request for continuance?
Stack them up. Yeah,
So the
we're,
continuance is solely for the purpose of the survey and whatever testimony related to that. Any other witnesses that anybody intends to bring forward?
Not unless they bring the engineer. Not unless they bring the
Well,
engineer.
it might be helpful.
Rich, any additional witnesses you'll be bringing in for the April 17th?
Well, let me do this.
You're not precluded from bringing with.
I don't think I need a witness.
You can take
Law
that.
asks, move to admit township exhibits. One.
Perfect.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, so I'm looking-
They're admitted.
All right. We need to make a motion for that then?
Yeah, why don't you take
All right.
it for the record?
Excuse me 1 second, sorry. Well, I'll make a motion to continue application Z 2024-32 to the April 17th meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
See you on April 17th. And then our next application that's up here is Z 2025-01 for Patricia and Mark Maminski. Did it. This property is 3655 Waynesfield Drive. And the applicant is seeking variance relief from sections 172-29 and 172-103A subsection 1 to allow for an accessory structure to be built within the front yard setback. The applicant also requests relief from any other section of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. The subject premise is located in the R1 zoning district. Mr. and Mrs. Maminski, all right. Andy, is the file in order?
posted with the public notice, created a mailing list for all properties within 200 feet of the subject property, and mailings of the notice went out to all those properties, as well as being advertised in the local paper on 2 separate occasions.
All right,
Chairman, based on the recommendation of the zoning officer, I ask that the application and any accompanying drawings and documents or exhibits presented by the applicant at the time of application be marked as Township Exhibit Number 1. List of residents within 200 feet of the subject property who were advised of tonight's hearing be marked as Township Exhibit Number 2. Proofs of publication for 2 consecutive weeks of advertising in the Delaware County Daily Times be marked as Township Exhibit Number 3. And the pictures of the actual posting of the property notifying parties of tonight's hearing be marked as Township Exhibit Number 4.
all right, they are admitted. And do we have anyone here who wishes to be a party protestant or public comment on this application? Sorry for public comment. Okay. Do we want to get his name now, or do we? Yes. Use the other one, the one that's laying in front of you, just press it.
Yep. Just leave it there?
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, does everything take us through your application, what you're looking for?
I'm sorry, what?
Just take us through your application, what is it you're
We're
looking
looking
for?
for a two-car garage.
And we want a variance because it
Because we're
comes
within 9 feet
of the property line.
right.
yes.
The garage is about 66 feet from the curb. But we approach within 9 feet of this 75 property line or something.
Some regulation.
I don't know the exact.
I'm gonna,
Yeah.
why don't we let Ms. Redcheck then fill us in, so.
Okay,
There you
Well, our ordinance doesn't permit accessory structures in a front yard. That they're required to be in a side or rear yard, and that's in accordance with section 172-103A. So we really kind of have to start there. So we only allow it in the side or rear yard. In this case, it is extending beyond, it's extending into the required front yard setback, which is that 75-foot dimension.
That would
It would
be
actually be
bottom
better
right
to-
here.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
garage
it
is
would
right
actually
there
be better
on the.
to go, that's a schematic. It would be better to go to the survey plan. Yes. So I don't know if you have that as part of your application.
First page. Right after the application. And the application.
Well, as part of your package,
Yeah.
there should be a survey plan prepared by Ellie Hayes. And that plan is dated January 13th, 2025. And in it, she provides 2 front yard dimensions. One to the existing primary building, the home itself. And that plan shows 104 feet, 11 inches from the right-of-way line that's associated with Waynesfield. The second dimension she provides from the right-of-way line is 67 feet, 8.5 inches. And that would be to the nearest point of the garage. So the garage, as it's positioned, is extending beyond the front face of the dwelling, and it's also extending into that required front yard. And it doesn't meet the underlying zoning code in which we say a garage has to be built in a side and rear yard. And that was 172-103A.
And what, why there?
Well, our house is back against the property line. We're very close to the back end.
really bad.
Okay, and that's our driveway right there. It's natural inclination for a garage. And then if we put the garage there. We subsequently get a patio behind there with a little privacy because we don't have much of a backyard. So it actually give us a little,
What do you back up to? Like, what's behind you? Is it other
Liz
houses? Like-
Lopez's
Lopez,
house.
it's
She
a,
owns like 4 acres over there.
yeah, it's a jungle. I don't
And
know.
they haven't cut their lawn since we lived there 21 years.
No, and we actually want a patio, so we put the garage behind the house, which it may fit. I don't have a patio where we're like, I'm trying to create a little,
But this is detached too, right? This isn't,
it's attached, correct?
it's attached?
It will be
Yeah,
attached,
there's
yes.
a
breezeway.
breezeway.
It's not,
It's not?
Well, it's not, it's a breezeway. I
Does
don't know.
that count?
What do you
I
mean by
mean, that's just,
attached?
you're just putting a roof over it so you don't get wet when you walk to it then essentially, right?
Yeah.
It's not-
Right, that's correct.
Just never seen in all my time of being on here, people wanting to put a garage in the front of their house. And the reason I'm saying that is there's gotta be an alternative or another version of this that could be done, right? Yeah,
Not if we want the patio, there's not, Chris.
well, and that's the other thing, right? So when people come in, what's the hardship, right? That you potentially have to give up some of your patio or move that around. But what I'm asking is if there's another version of how this could be laid out to make this work.
They
This
also
is-
have a pool that's barrier there.
But that seems, that's just off to the side, and I guess what I'm looking at is why can't would they be better off asking for relief to go on the other side of the patio back there? I mean, are you trying to?
There's not enough room back there. And then how do I get back there with my car? Am I driving over the patio to get to my garage?
Yeah.
Like, that makes sense,
We're-
right?
We're really close to the
I'm
property.
telling you,
line.
we're butt up against there ain't a lot
I
of
mean,
space back
Yeah,
there.
but why can't you move the garage back some? Move it, let's say, half of the patio.
then it
So I
would
have
be.
all windows and all there, and then it blocks all my windows on that side there with a patio.
Then you're not doing it as a separate structure either, though, because then it would be built connected to the house, which would be the.
I don't see it, our definition requires, offers an exception for garages that are integral. This is not a garage being built integral to the home.
Yeah.
Because you see houses with garages that protrude into the front yard, but they are connected
Right.
in a more way than via a
Integral to
breezeway.
the
That's
home.
what we're saying. There may be a way to re-architect it so that it is, if it were connected, integral, as we would define it, and they moved it, how would that
Well,
change the?
Well, I think
got a
integral,
Sorry.
I did look up the definition of integral for another project, so,
Mhm.
it really is a necessity to that primary structure. I don't know how this is a necessity, so I don't know that it's able to become integral at this point in time.
I see.
What-
If we moved it back, say, 9 feet, hypothetically, well, I got windows all on the
Well,
right side of the house.
I think the problem is the breezeway. I think, if the house and the garage were attached and you had a doorway going into the house from the garage, that makes it kind of integral to the house.
Okay, well, can we go back, say, 2 feet?
No,
See, that's
I
not-
think, I think what you gotta do, right, is go back, greater than 2 feet, maybe 10 feet or
Yeah,
12 feet.
We're
But
only 9 feet from the line now.
let me finish.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not saying about the line, it's
Right,
making it integral to the house.
all right, and then just move your patio back the same distance into the backyard. So that your patio, the way you have now is your patio is the whole side of your house. Right? I mean, that's.
Yeah, right, yes, yes,
Right,
you're
so
correct.
let's, just for numbers wise, because anything over 1, I get confused. Let's say you go back 10 feet, that means the garage is 20 foot long, right? That means half of the garage basically attached to the house, right? The remaining 10 feet that you took the garage, just move the patio, extend the patio, it's the same 20 feet,
I know what you're
right?
saying.
But now it's 10 feet and 10 feet, so 10 feet of it's in the backyard, and you still have access to your pool.
I don't know if I have a 10 feet in the backyard though.
Well, by
I
your
have to
plan
look
you
at it.
do.
I don't, you have to look at it. I don't know if there's 10 feet behind my house.
50 feet.
I don't know, is there? Okay, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, you had the room, right? That way you kind of cleared your front yard back line, right? And then you're only asking for 10 feet out front, which, would potentially allow us to give you relief,
Correct.
right, for the hardship, right? And you're attached to the house, so you've gotten rid of that request, so you don't need that variance anymore, a special exception. So you're really kind of limited to only one thing you're asking us for as opposed to three things. That's just maybe.
Can he speak?
I don't know.
I mean, well, he's the guy that's gonna build the garage.
Just before we have him saying
Maybe
anything,
what I
'cause-
said with that, does that make it any easier?
Well, I don't know, I mean, it's still gonna be closer to the street than the front face of home,
But not as much.
but not as much. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I still think they need the variance.
Oh, yeah, but it's
It's
less severe.
lessening the request.
It's less severe.
Yeah.
Right, and they have a good they have a pretty good reason. I mean, the lot is not like a rectangular lot. It looks like it's kind of funky. So they're kind of
Like
kind of
diamond shape.
limited as to what they actually can do relative to the setbacks on all the sides.
You can see the building envelope.
Right,
is
it's
odd
really,
shape.
right, so that's their hardship, the hardship is the formation and the formation of the lot gives them a reason why they need relief from the ordinance. I can live with that.
You understand what we mean by hardship?
We do.
Okay.
We do.
And then, so to prove that there's a hardship that's out of your control, that you did not create, and that you're asking for like the minimum relief possible. It can't be the one of, hey, I just want a bigger garage, or I want it here.
I understand.
There has to be a hardship that you didn't create, and then you saying, this is the minimum request that we need to be making. So whether it's a number of requests, or whether it's a dimension,
Well, I
that's
mean,
what we're trying to
We're
guide
very far
towards.
from the street, though. I mean, it's not like it's.
But you still have a area an envelope that you can build in, and you've exceeded an envelope. But by moving it back, you no longer exceed the envelope that's made, right? I mean, you're still in front of the house, which you need the variance for.
Correct.
But you
not
don't
as
need the
far.
variance to move in far, and you're in front of the envelope as well. So we're getting rid of one of them.
I have a question now. So if I'm coming from my house and I want to go to my pool, I have to go around the garage to
No,
get to
no,
the
because you
pool?
still
Well,
got
the-
10 feet inside the house. You can walk.
The
right
alternative
behind
is to not put a garage, and then you can't create the hardship yourself. So we're trying to, you may
put
not
the
be able to
pool-
put a garage
You
and
put the
stay
pool in.
within, that is another
You
alternative.
put the
That's, you can't, the hardship can't be a man-made hardship. In other words, you can't make a hardship and say, well, I had this hardship now, so therefore that's why I need another hardship. That doesn't. So the ball's in your court.
So if
Right.
you move it back 10 feet, just out of curiosity, and if you put a doorway from the garage into the budding home, what room would that go into?
Family, like my family room.
Yeah.
Where does your
I
breezeway
got
go
windows
into
and
then?
all there.
Yeah, but you're showing your breezeway, you're walking out that door now to the breezeway that you're
Where's
creating,
the
right?
breezeway go
So
into?
why not push the garage back, get rid of the breezeway, and you would
Right
walk
to-
out that
right
door
out
right
the
into the
door.
garage?
Right, you're gonna walk, which is better. You really don't wanna walk outside. I mean, it's rain, it's dark at night.
But we're hoping for the breezeway was one of our,
But the
For a
breezeway-
generator.
for a generator,
Possibly.
shovels, but
but the
Don't keep
breezeway
talking.
was
Whoa,
intended to
generator
Stop
that close
talking.
to a
go in the
window?
house.
You
I'm
know what
sorry,
they
what?
say, when you dig in a hole,
Breezeway
first
was
thing you
intended
get rid
to
of is a
go into
shovel.
the house, correct?
To go into the house, that's correct.
Right, so if you moved it back and put the door where the breezeway was intended to go, then you would still have that access into your home.
Yeah, but I already have a door on the side of the house, and now I'm gonna have two doors on the side
No,
of the
that
house?
door
Or
that
I
you
have to
come-
take- no, because the
Hey,
wall
we're
will be
not-
there, right? Okay.
Right.
Right.
Where do you come out now? You
I
go
don't-
into the garage.
I don't know that we can design it here.
Right.
Steve.
Right, no,
I
I
understand.
mean, they get the idea.
No, I get,
If you're able to make a decision, if the testimony's over, I think you have to set what your minimum parameters are.
I agree.
you're saying we gotta move it back, is what you're telling us,
I would say that, yes.
right?
Yes.
We haven't made any motion.
We haven't made a
Wow,
motion,
wow,
but
wow.
it would make our decision a lot easier.
We're just trying to paint you a picture of what it
Should we
would be.
allow him to go back to the architect, have a discussion with the architect before he actually commits?
Another continuance?
Mhm.
No, we're gonna make a decision on this one tonight, I
They
think.
already tried to do it one way.
He might know more than we do.
Yes.
Tree.
Can you-
He can testify if
Certain number of
Yeah.
he's sworn in.
I do. Tom McGowan, 176 Treaty Road, Drexel, PA. McGowan, McGowan. Gentlemen, right past that breezeway, they have a door. You exit out onto the. I don't need this. We need it. Okay, word. The door's right there. 4 foot past that door is a 10-foot bank of windows that looks out to the side. If you move this back 10 foot.
We see, we're looking at the
Okay, I
picture.
see.
They have the pictures.
That's the issue they probably have with moving it back 10 feet.
All we're saying is, and again, I'm not gonna go into designing for you, we're just saying, move it back to here before the windows begin. This is where he's gonna put his breezeway, we just said push it back. We're asking for some concessions to not exceed the.
What do you think?
And you gotta attach it to the house.
Does that check that box?
Okay.
You
Attach
have
it
to,
to
you
the
have to
house.
clear the line,
Put those
right? You
8
have to
feet
clear the
in
line,
a row.
right? And it has to be attached to the house. So you, when you walk
So
out of
no-
the
no-
house, you walk into the garage.
Right, no breezeway.
No breezeway.
That's fine.
Gotta make it make it as
Integral.
integral to the house as you can.
Okay. And how far do we have to push it back down now, we're saying? To the
We'll,
windows.
we'll get that.
Your architect will let us know what that is.
Why?
I don't want to.
The windows will still be there, it said.
How many feet,
No patios.
how many feet is it from, if you move it back, how many feet are we gonna gain to the edge of the window?
You gotta put to the left of the door. You got a 36-inch door, that's 4 foot. You got another 4 foot.
So
You're gonna pick up 8 feet.
you're gonna pick 8 feet,
You gotta take up 8 feet.
and the garage is 25.
Right up against the.
Correct. That I do.
Right, and he's pushing 8 feet,
The back-
9 inches past the,
Yeah, so
Front
you're
yard
up to 10
setback
feet.
line
Raise
right
the-
now.
Oh, it's 9 feet.
What? Oh, that we're doing?
not yet.
Oh.
I'm not saying anything.
Am I supposed to say something or?
Just curious, as we're sitting up here saying this whole integral part, I mean, does that check a box with them attaching it to the house for those first 8 feet? Does that?
I think what you're doing is negotiating into a condition. So, I mean, they're in the front yard setback right now, so if you can get it out of that, that's a positive. Right?
Does that change the
I
type
don't
of?
think it's integral no matter what, it's not a
Okay.
necessity to the existing dwelling. So, I mean, that's kind of out of the box right now.
Or they can keep it
You're
as,
trying to make the best
right,
decision on what they testified to as their limitations as a result of the property and the existing conditions of the house. I can tell you, the things that are in the house, the doors and windows, you know, that can be adjusted. But that's up to you as to how far you want to give the.
well, the reason I'm asking that is if that piece of it doesn't matter with us saying, hey, you have to attach it to the house to make it integral, if that truly doesn't define that, then the other option is just make it 8 feet shorter, right? I mean, I'm just saying, as we're talking about this, since you're pushing 8 feet, 9 inches past the front yard setback there, then why not just make your garage, 17 feet instead of 25? Do you not? Well, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't like that matters from.
Oh, yeah, right there, there's no turnaround.
I know, you're right.
Yeah,
All right.
I know.
You know, if
What
we
happened
do.
was,
Tell them.
we had it originally attached, and then the way the doors were, you couldn't turn around because you didn't have enough space because the pool was there. You can't pull a car around, pull back, go out and come back down to the driveway. That's the problem.
Yeah, like, how do you get if I pull into my garage, how do I
Too
get out of my
close.
garage? I have to back all the way back down my driveway? We're trying to put in a little, whatever, K-turn or whatever they call that thing there.
'Cause it's too close.
But that won't be, I don't think the paving's in question
Yeah,
at the moment.
Okay.
you can
And I
still
don't
do
think
that.
the Paving's in question, I mean.
No,
No.
For this board.
Gotcha.
You can still do your L.
Can,
But yeah, but you're just gonna
what are we
move.
doing?
closer to the pool or something, or move trees or something? Okay.
Yes, how many feet now? How many feet? Like 8 feet. Go back there. That means you can come in 13. Can't exceed 13 feet. Can't exceed 13 feet. So that's 8 feet 9 inches. Gotta run it back. 9 feet, right. He's got it. Okay, I'm good with that. He can't encroach upon that yard line, building line. He's got it. I think he's got it. Yeah, yes. No, we can make it 3. Not encroaching. You need to move it back more than 8 feet 9 3/4 inches so that it passed the envelope.
You want to make the motion?
I'm sure, Charles.
That's fine, just because they. All right,
Are you okay with what we're gonna promote here?
yeah.
I guess, do we? I don't
Well,
know.
we'll give
Well,
you
you're gonna
what
tell us
our,
what you think.
we're
and
gonna tell you what our
we're gonna do.
parameters are,
Okay.
so.
And we'll go from there.
Okay.
I move that we give a variance for 172-29 and 172-103A1, with the following parameters. The garage needs to be attached to the house and cannot encroach upon the envelope, which is, as you see now, it's 8 feet 9 3/4 inches. So you got to move back at least, clear the envelope.
So what's that, 8 feet 9 inches?
Well, that's what the drawing says, right? And it might change because you're gonna move it towards the house more. Because you're getting rid of the thing. So you're gonna come in more, so you may only have to go back a little bit more. You know, I don't know. That's the drawing, but you can't encroach the envelope.
Gotcha, it's gotta be, right.
All right, Andy? Okay. And you need to attach it to the house.
Okay, so they attach to a house and move it back roughly
Other than the breezeway, it's gotta be,
wall to wall.
yeah, wall to
I
wall.
got- I understand.
Yep.
Yeah, I understand.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, all the
Yes.
building permits and all
Right.
the standards.
right.
Second. All right, second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right, so
All
we're
right.
done?
Now you're done.
We don't have to come back in
You don't have to.
Mark?
You don't have to go back.
You're gonna have to
April
resubmit the new
17th.
drawings, but yeah, you
Well,
don't have to go
once-
back to see us.
When we apply our permit, it'll have the parameters and then we're good to go.
Done.
Stay
You're
within
just
our
done with us.
parameters in your new design and you're fine.
Good.
Can we go higher?
Then you'll be back here.
Can we go higher?
No,
Don't push it.
don't do that.
I got a lot of junk to store.
We did
No, I don't.
Well,
Yes.
well, yeah.
Really?
You guys, look, the only way to do this is to
We got another one, right?
You never even reach it. The only way is just to cover patio. You're gonna have to go structure. We'll do cover patio in the back.
I want to cover patio, but I want the sun. I want the sun, so it's block all the sun in the pool.
No, we're going back to Blair Witch, we'll be next to her property. You know, you're not a crazy neighbor.
All right, we,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank
your
you.
time. Yep.
all right, we have,
Public comment.
oh, I'm sorry, no, oh my God, I'm sorry, that's on me. You wanted public comment, I'm so sorry.
Now, it doesn't matter.
In support or
Yeah.
against? or-
All I was going to say is this, actually,
Yes. Is that microphone on over there?
yeah, it's not.
Is it green?
Yeah, it's on.
I'm really sorry that I forgot to give you your
That's
opportunity.
okay.
I'm just-
All right, okay, here's what I was gonna say is, I mean, there's other schematics, might better explain. First of all, in terms of where my property is, okay, first, I'm in support of the Maminskis being able to do something here. If your point is I should be quiet and leave.
No, you're good.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, anyway, so my property, I'm effectively their next door neighbor. It's, in order to understand why they're looking to do this and why their idea is not quite as like outside the norm as you might think, you have to understand where the property lines fall and the streets fall in this neighborhood, okay? We live around a corner, okay? I am effectively, the back of my backyard, which my house faces Valerie Drive. The back of my backyard faces abuts the side of their yard, the far side from where the pool and the garage are going to be. So when I'm in my backyard, sitting on my deck, having a meal, whatever, looking at the property, I'm the one who will be able to see what they're building.
Okay.
Now, there are also 2 or 3 homes across the street from the Maminskis who'll be able to see this, okay? But they're obviously not very concerned about it. They would have shown up tonight, okay? So it's et cetera. Because of the odd configuration of the property, yes, odd shape, okay? Yeah, we're in zoning, right? Okay, because the odd configuration of the property, okay? Effectively, their pool was built on the side of their house. Like, you wouldn't allow that. If I came today and asked to build a pool in that position on my property, you would say no, right? Because you're not gonna put a pool next to the side of the property. They did it because the property is effectively sideways, okay? The street frontage is very long, the sidelines are small, the backyard is small, the back line is small. Directly to the right of the pool is a driveway easement to a larger property that faces Valerie Drive, which someday the owner will pass away and that will be developed into probably 4 houses. Okay, so thinking down the road, that's what the pool's gonna be next to, is some sort of driveway to get to a house that sits behind the Maminskis. That's what eventually will happen, okay? The owner of the larger properties is in her late 80s at this point. This event is not that far in the future. Okay, sorry, not to be worried about it. Okay, in any case, okay, my point is that, in order to execute what you just told the Maminskis to do, you look at the roof lines on this, okay? They wanted to build the garage closer to the property because by detaching the garage from the property, an A-frame that faces the street doesn't look strange when the A-frame for the house goes the other way. Okay, so your roof line of the house now becomes perpendicular to your roof line for the garage, which looks odd. Okay, in order to do what you just asked them to do, the only way really to do it is they're gonna have to build an entire A-frame cover for the patio that'll face the pool. So no, that won't be an uncovered patio, it'll be a covered patio. Then they'll have to A-frame out the garage so it looks like it shoots out of the patio cover. That's the only way to make it look good. If he tries to do what he's doing right now and tries to 10 feet further back, it's gonna look worse. Okay, because what's gonna happen is, okay, it's gonna look worse because he's gonna have an A-frame where the A faces front for part of the house, but faces sideways to the rest of the house, which will look worse. Last thing is, he's one of the few houses on the street at this point that doesn't have a garage. Now, yes, he created that because at one point there was damage to his original garage and he decided to convert it to living space. Okay, that's on him. Okay, but it's more of a detriment to the value of the other houses on the street to have a house with no garage on the street than to have a house with a 2-car garage on the street. So those are the reasons to support what to do. So just in listening to what you guys are talking about, I think what you just asked him to do, it's doable, but it will be significantly more expensive.
He can, right, just, so you know, he can design it.
More expensive.
We didn't tell him how to design it. Those are suggestions. We just gave him the parameters in which he can design something different to stay within those parameters. So if he has to move it left and it fits within the envelope, then that's great. If he has to redesign the roof line so that it looks better, that's great. We didn't tell him to move it back 10 feet or it has to be attached to the house and it has to fit within the envelope.
Okay.
Those are the only parameters we put, and he has to design it so that it looks good and actually fits the.
Okay, you do appreciate my point though, that like.
I hear what you're saying,
the A-frame facing the wrong direction will look meaningfully worse, right?
Correct.
Than what's proposed right now, or what he proposed.
That's
let's
right.
say. We didn't really get to that point in the conversation, so.
Wouldn't
so-
make any difference.
Was
Understood.
that?
They wouldn't have.
Wouldn't have made any difference.
Okay,
could have,
so what
precluded
happens,
something
what
altogether.
happens if he, just asking now, because I don't know if I got a chance for this forum, if he goes back with his architect and they design something that sits 10 feet further back in the street, so it's inside of the buildable area, does he need to come back here or no? Okay, what I'm saying though, as his neighbor, the one thing I don't want to have happen now, where I would change my position, I would protest, if you take literally the exact structure that's pictured right there and just push it back 10 feet.
Right.
Okay, literally with the same roof line, okay?
Yes,
And so well, that's gonna look stupid.
that's what we suggested, that he push it back 10
That
feet.
would look dumb. That would look, that would look very not, that would look meaningfully worse. That would be detrimental to the house. I got that, but no one's focused on the roof lines. Okay, unless you're gonna build a garage with a sideways roof, which I guess you could do, which it would, even that wouldn't work. Again, the only way to do this is to build a big roof that picks up on the roof line of the existing house. There's a garage sticking out the front of it, so that's the only thing you do. Was that? Okay,
To your point, he could do that anyway.
Uh-huh.
Well, I understand what you're saying with the roof line. He's saying if he sees a design, he would have protested the variance, would have been a party protester. He can go in the record.
He's gonna be changing what he does, so I'm sure he's gonna do what works best aesthetically, but we gave him the parameters and said he's not gonna be able to come out past, you know, the line that's there now, and that's it.
okay, I mean, okay. All right, I guess it's, I mean, okay, all right, hopefully he comes back with something that looks decent, because I'm just frankly concerned right now that the cost implication of what I just suggested, I realize is meaningfully more. Okay, and I'm not sure that's what they want to do. And the cost implication of just push it back 10 feet, which will be probably not very much, might end up being the conclusion. But I think just push it back as it sits, as it looks 10 feet is that if that were presented tonight, you probably would have rejected it. Perhaps it's not aesthetically appropriate.
But that happens all the time. I mean, that happens all the time where the roof lines don't line up. But we got another one to do, and it's quarter to 12.
We do have to, we gotta get into this next application too. It's- All right, application Z 2025-02 for Jillian Subbio, 3734 West Chester Pike. Applicant is seeking variance relief from sections 172-123A and 172-123A subsection 2 to allow for signage over what is permitted. The applicant is also seeking a special exception from section 172-70M to allow for an oxygen tank enclosure outside of the building. The applicant also requests relief from any other section of the zoning ordinance may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Subject premises located in the C1 zoning district. Mr. Subbio? Oh, okay. And
Yes, my name is Jack Robinson.
all right, we just have a couple things we'll have to get into. I was
Yeah.
just trying to see. Subbio was listed on the application, so, Andy, is the file in order?
File is in order, the property is physically posted, we prepare notices and, mail them to everyone within 200 feet of the property boundary, as well as submitting that notice to the local paper on 2 separate occasions for publication.
Chairman, based on the representation of our zoning officer, I asked the application and all accompanying documents and exhibits be marked as Township Exhibit number 1. The list of residents within 200 feet of the subject property who've been notified of tonight's hearing by mail be marked as Township Exhibit number 2. Proofs of publication for the publication of tonight's meeting in 2 consecutive weeks in the Delaware County Daily Times be marked as Township Exhibit number 3. The posting of the property notifying local residents of tonight's hearing be marked as Township Exhibit number 4.
All right, they're admitted. And do we have anybody who will be making public comment or party protestant on this application?
Not necessarily testing, but the last year, after living there for 20 years, it's been very quiet. The last year, so many changes have happened. It's not quiet.
Well, we're not gonna get into that yet. I
But
just,
the oxygen thing really.
okay.
really
I would suggest you go on as a party protestant so that you have the ability to ask questions and cross-examine any witnesses. That's okay. So we
If
just
we
need to
could-
get
we
your
could have
name and address on the record.
Name and address on.
All right. All right. All right, all right, now.
I do.
What was your name? I'm sorry.
I'm Jack Robinson. I'm the engineer for the project.
You can just use the mic in front of you that's sitting on the table. Is that lit up green?
Yeah.
Keep that facing towards you.
This one?
Yep.
Yeah.
You see how we have it sitting down? Just place it in
Oh.
front of you.
Just like this? There you go.
Yep.
As I mentioned, I'm the engineer for the applicant. Dr. Subbio is here tonight, along with the architects for the project, which is Jeff Balch and Kyle Litsky of Precis. Jeff Balch and Kyle Litsky. Balch. We have some exhibits tonight. I guess the easiest thing is if maybe if the site plan could be put up on the screen, perhaps. The applicant hired my firm 2 years ago to work on this property. They occupied the corner property, which is the one on the left side of the plan that you see to the west. The Subbios did, and the property to the right, on Plan East, was occupied by Novacare. After owning the property some time, they had purchased the Novacare property to expand their business. And when they did so, they wanted to connect the buildings, so they're connected with the breezeway now. And in order to connect these buildings, we did a lot consolidation. So this was 2 lots, Novacare being one, Subbio's being the other. It's now 1 lot of roughly 32,000 square feet. It's in the C1 zoning district, as you mentioned. So C1 has a 6,000 square foot minimum. This property is now roughly over 6 times the size of what this district required. In improving the lot, they as I mentioned, they connected this with the breezeway. They also connected with a fire lane behind the building. So now it's kind of one. It connected the parking lot for each building together with the fire lane behind the building, which was a good improvement for traffic flow and a number of other reasons. But once they realized that this happened, and we went to construction, the township, they applied for sign permits, and the township had noted the section that you've already stated, 172, 123A, and 123A2, which requires that any business have a maximum of 50 square feet for a sign. This was 2 businesses at the time, at one time, and now is 1. And so prior to the consolidation, you were allowed up to 100 square feet, in other words, 50 for each lot. Now they're only allowed 50 for the entirety. As I mentioned, the lot in total is over 6 times what, so you actually could have 6 different businesses here if you subdivided this six different ways. So the applicant is asking for the ability to simply be able to have the same signage that was there before, 50 square feet for the western property and 50 square feet for the eastern property. It's worth noting that a lot of the signs that were there before were removed. The Novacare sign is gone. I think the older Subbio sign is gone, and they're looking. Kyle is here tonight, and he can be sworn in. He can show. He wanted to show what the proposed signage is for the buildings.
Take the microphone.
Well.
Sign plan two.
Start at the bottom. Along the West Chester Pike corridor, there were two existing property. Current existing studio sign, monument sign. All three of those signs demolished. Two have already currently been demolished, and this a total 200 along frontage of the building along. What we're asking for two very different type of monument signs. Billboard signs that are well designed, monument signs that are freestanding letters. In context of what is happening across the street. The businesses. Total square footage of those two monument signs is 100 square feet each. And then what we're also asking for is on the other side of the building where the main building entrance is, there's a signage up above the main entrance. And then on their existing building entrance plan, east side of the building, we're also having a sign over the main entrance door there. So they have two entrances to the business. So the total square footage along West Chester Pike is 100 square feet, but the total area square footage of all the signage around the building is 142, which is less than what the total building signage was on those two properties of 216 square.
Quick question. In one of these drawings, there's a sculpture going in front. Is that considered part of signage?
Sculpture.
Okay, it looks like a hand.
Don't know that I saw that. I don't know that. Looking.
Am I correct? Is that right?
It is.
Okay.
Sculpture, the little art piece. Dr. Subbio does a lot of his own artwork. Dr. Subbio does a lot of his own artwork. It's being displayed on the interior of the building as well as the exterior of the building. I didn't see anything in the signage that requirements that said artwork would be considered signage.
We're only pointing out because it was highlighted on here too, so it says, or sculpture by owner.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
Okay.
Was that included in your calculation?
It's not included in the calculation.
Is there two of them? Is there another one? See the picture on the bottom here, the bottom picture down here, the board you had up? It
Yeah.
looks like it's another one. Yes, that one.
There is like a water feature, not necessarily it's an art piece, but it's not even been developed yet. I don't even know if you're gonna do it, are you? Maybe at some point. Yeah.
It's that art piece, the water feature plus this sculpture, correct?
Yeah, the one on the
Both.
West Chester Pike side, yeah.
Are there any other renderings of what that is?
They weren't submitted, but we do have some other images. I have it on a zip drive. If I could, I don't know if I can put it up on it.
How big it is. There's a.
Not gonna be bigger than 74 square feet, are they?
What is?
those two sculptures?
Hard to say.
You have the computer?
I don't know how you would calculate it. Calculate the, like I said.
Area.
Three-dimensional, it's not like you calculate the sign. I'm actually kind of surprised that it is considered a sign. It does say that in the.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I would just say the area, because it has to be.
Excuse me. Yeah, what we're saying is you have 142 now, right? As long as you stay under that 216, you're good to go. Right? On that issue.
So how would we define what the square footage of the, I mean, I'm looking at it.
I don't know,
right-
but I'm sure you can do it.
I mean, I'm guessing that
That sounds
sign,
good.
if you, like, coming up.
That's okay. That's okay. Just make sure it doesn't exceed that number.
I'm looking at it in proportion to that sign, which is only 32 square feet. We're gonna be under it. Thank you. Here it is.
Okay.
So as long as we're under the
Yeah,
216, we're
yes,
good for
yes.
all the building signage, not just the street.
Yes.
So we'll
Because
come up
then-
with a way to assess that number.
Right.
I think it's just. We'll send an engineer to do that.
Yes, we will.
So moving on, we have the special exception application for section 172-70M regarding the bulk tank. Our site plan, which I don't know if you want to, if you can bring it up, I'll speak while it's coming back up. Our site plan had a dumpster enclosure in, I'll say, the central rear portion of the property. And it turns out we actually already had an enclosure that was just, we had to improve upon on the other property. As you imagine, each property had its own dumpster enclosure. So we really didn't need a new one in this location, but it was shown. So we're gonna actually improve the NovaCare's dumpster area instead and use this dumpster location in the central rear portion of that plan that you see up there. Instead as a bulk, as a air tank enclosure, which with Jeff Balch will talk about. The pad is of similar size that we had for the dumpster location. The walls for a dumpster, well, don't necessarily need to be CMU, but for this application, we're gonna make them CMU concrete walls. And you won't see the tank, and I think Jeff can get into that, but the tank will be concealed within these walls, just as a dumpster would. The dumpster is considered, or I'm sorry, the structure is considered an accessory structure, which is why we're here for the special exception. The accessory structure is located 10 feet from the property line. I think the minimum is actually 5 feet, but the extra 5 feet allows for more landscaping. So we have it densely landscaped around this structure. We all included with our original land development plan. So that has not changed. Okay. You want to explain?
I do. What was your last name? Last name is Balch, B-O-L-C-H. Just to reiterate, what Jack was talking about here. You can see that. Essentially, we are recreating the pad area in roughly a 12 by 11-foot dimension. It'll be a full height enclosure of 10 feet. So the perimeter walls are going to be created out of a stucco
finish on the CMU, so it won't, it's not cinder block. It's gonna match the existing building. And we'll have a gated front, which would be screened, and that's accessible to the parking lot. And we'll have an access gate to the rear, east side. And essentially, it's a containment structure for a micro bulk tank. That's a, liquid oxygen tank that supports.
That tank, did you call it?
Micro bulk. Right. That's a product that you get from Airgas or, Roberts gas, right? And essentially it feeds a treatment room within the new facility. That's really the nature of it.
I feel like, so just, what would be the concerns aside from that, from a safety standpoint, right? Because I'm assuming that's probably one of your concerns, living next to a massive tank being installed. So take us through that. You're talking about these walls of your building. What safety does that provide? And
Right. So one of the things to understand about oxygen bulk tanks is inherently they're not dangerous. What's dangerous is the exposure from something else to them. So as an example, these are called barrier walls. They're 2-hour fire rated. They essentially protect this tank from a fire in this structure or any adjoining structure within 50 feet. That's part of the NFPA code that's followed by the township. Pretty typical arrangement for these kind of tanks. Again, it's really, the inherent problem isn't the tank, it's if your house caught on fire, you wouldn't want any oxygen to fuel your fire. So that's typically how it works.
I do. Yeah, so to your concern, I understand to hear that there would be an oxygen tank, a giant oxygen tank in your backyard. Before I got into this and started understanding, what hyperbaric oxygen medicine is and what oxygen tanks do, I would have thought that that would have been an explosive risk. You hear oxygen tank, you picture explosions or whatnot, and that's not the case. I was surprised to learn that that is not the case. You could shoot a flaming arrow at this thing. And number one, the tank itself is medical grade. It's got it's designed for hospital use. It's got release valves. It is absolutely safe as a structure. It's not impenetrable, but it is designed to be sturdy, safe, and for medical grade uses. But number two, if something were to, say you shot a flaming arrow at it, it would not explode like you would. I would have pictured it exploding like a Hollywood movie or something. That's not what happens with oxygen tanks. Number one, the tank isn't under pressure itself, so there's not, nothing. It's not like a pressurized tank. It just contains pure oxygen. And oxygen itself is not flammable. The only danger with an oxygen, like Jeff was alluding to, is if there's a pile of leaves on fire and somehow that tank were to be punctured and it would fuel, it makes other things burn, an existing fire burn much more efficiently. So in itself, oxygen is not a danger and it's not under pressure. It's not going to explode. It would be impossible for it to explode. And again, so I understand your concerns and I appreciate you being here so late. But that is a quick, dirty explanation of it's not what I would have thought before I started studying this stuff. It's an oxygen tank is not an explosive risk. It just helps other things burn if they're already on fire, if that makes sense. Did I explain that at all? Questions about that?
So these tanks are going to be single tank. It's approximately 5 foot in diameter, about 7 foot tall. It's a fully monitored tank, so it does have an electronic sensor on it. It does have relief pressure on it. It does have some substance pressure. It's a liquid gas and liquid state. It's not an exorbitant high pressure tank. It's not a 1,000 psi tank. It's probably less than most of your propane tanks. Matter of fact, there's a neighbor right next to you that has a large horizontal propane tank. That's actually considered more flammable than this tank would ever be. So that's a higher grade hazard than this tank. It's out next to their house. So at the end of the day, when you have these kinds of tanks, to Christian's point, they have a lot of safety gear associated with them. So it's highly unlikely that you would have an event. Correct. So, one thing to mention, I don't know if you guys know this, that these tanks existed on the property next door for about 7 or 8 years. Is anybody aware of that? I have photographs to that effect.
You say these tanks, meaning
Something similar, actually larger scale. Well, it'd actually be to the west.
West.
Yeah. I should carry this too, but. Correct, on the other side of Row, against the same neighborhood district, so. The studio property entrance is right here off the Row on this side. There's a medical-based facility here. As you can see, there was a series of tanks for the same use located on that property for close to 10 years. They were removed in 22. They don't, it's double our size and nearly doesn't even have half the protection that we would provide. So I don't know if the neighbors had any issues with that. If there was any incidents. Andy didn't seem to think there was.
Is this tank just protected on the three sides because one's gated, I guess?
Correct.
So it's just, there's nothing there.
On the drive
When
side.
the gate opens.
that faces our parking lot. Yeah, it's not required.
Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
curious.
There's a table here that shows you the compliance issues with the tank. Yeah, sure, this is Row, right here. Here.
Tom, take a
We're
break.
right here. This is the other neighborhood, so Row comes through. There's a building right here. There was a facility for hyperbaric chambers in that building.
Knuckle crack.
That's this tank farm here.
Yeah, I like that, yeah. Finally calling from the bullet quarter.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. No, that's not near you, but the precedent for these tanks being in this kind of location is.
Yeah, no, there's
No.
Okay.
Why don't we get our conversation back on the record?
No, I know where your house is.
We have to get,
Your house
we have to get you on a
is 48
microphone,
feet.
so.
It's 48 feet from the corner of that enclosure. Measured with a laser.
I mean, that's my concern and my, okay, I'm sorry. I mean, I actually said, I was proud of myself when you just said that there's 253 pages in the NFPA 99. Like I came here trying to understand and know, I can't understand all the things that are going on, but you're saying that it's very unlikely that there would be an event living that close and having, we live in the back of our house. It's our living room, our kitchen, our bedroom is right above, like we live in the back of our house. So my bedroom is right in that corner. It's the unlikely event. That makes me nervous. It's unlikely, but I live there and it's different when you work in a place than when you live in a place. And the words unlikely don't give me a lot of comfort.
I mean, I can't speak 100% to nothing ever happening because that's, you could talk to Airgas, you could talk to any of the major suppliers if you really want statistics on incidents that have happened. I can share with you that one that was there. If the township has no record of an incident in 11 years or any complaints, I would say that was probably a pretty safe installation. In our case, we're fully in compliance with NFPA 99. Back wall. It is. Oh, it is? It is, yeah.
Can you,
We have a full barrier against that side of the property.
Point out something. Can you, I'm imagining your home is, could you point where your home would be?
so am I correct that this is the road? Yes, this is Row Lane. There's a house here. We're right here.
Okay.
So this is this new lane that came. So this is when quiet went away and now there's going to be a big oxygen tank here and there's trees that have disappeared and there's a lot that has changed and made me nervous over the last year.
Starting the quiet, almost done, we're almost there, and it's gonna get much quieter, much quicker, promise. Regarding your home right here, and I get what you're saying, because I fully understand before I started like reading into all this stuff, like what is capable with an oxygen tank. I understand if your home is right here, I would have been picturing like what if, you know, an explosion happened? Like, number one, it can't explode, so there's no way for any fire that would start around here, and it wouldn't, I mean, because this is a contained tank just with some oxygen that would fuel a fire locally right here. If your home is over here, there's no explosion possibility that it, and again, these are all ridiculously unlikely scenarios, to use that word again, just ridiculously unlikely. If your home is over here, the only way that something, even if there were a fire here, to affect your home over here would be some kind of explosion. And that's not the way these things work. The only thing that could happen is if somehow this medical grade, highly reinforced, modern, safe tank were to have a puncture and there was like a leaf fire here, it would just fuel that fire right around here within this containment. There's no way for this to like jump over a property over or something like that. So while I get it, even if, and it's going to be concealed and tasteful, if you were able to be looking at it, understand that you'd be concerned, oxygen tank, I know oxygen can cause fire. There's just no way for it to reach from A to B. It just can't explode. It's ridiculously unlikely that there would ever be an incident with fire around here with degrees of safety. It's just, you know, that would be the comfort I hope to offer, is that there's just, it would be, I couldn't even come up with a way that it could affect your, like, if someone said, I'm going to give you $10,000, come up with a story how this tank could affect a home, I just couldn't even, you understand, I just couldn't even make up that connect A to B. Right, and that's the truth, and I get it, like, or, because when you're looking at oxygen tank, but then once I understood that there's no explosion risk, and this only potentially could fuel any fire here if ever all these safety mechanisms were to fail, which is, again, ridiculously unlikely. So.
So we submitted full sets of plans to Andy some months ago regarding this issue when we first came up, that we were going to require a tank. We also gave supporting documentation based on International Fire Code regs that are tied back to our building code in the township. It does include reference to NFPA 99, or as you referenced, and also the more restrictive is NFPA 55. That really governs these types of outdoor facility tanks, how they're protected, how they're enclosed, and that's been documented on our plan. We meet or exceed. We do, and we meet or exceed the regulation distances that are minimums in the charts.
Is the 28 feet to the residential house or to?
28 feet is to the Subbio current structure.
You know how far away it is to the residential house?
So it's 47 feet from the edge of the outer, best way to show this is on a bigger drawing, I think. We could zoom in on the tank a little bit. I could probably explain this a little better to you. So where the enclosure is, the way the code reads is they want a barrier line of sight to the face of the tank to be a minimum of 50 feet to any non-combustible structure. So wood structures are the concern, right? So there's actually two non-combustible structures on the adjoining properties. There's a garden shed, which exists on this lot, which is 20 feet. As best we could tell without traveling on people's lots, it's roughly 15 feet back from the rear yard. So that's a 25-foot line. You can't have a sight line that touches the tank. For these folks, their house is at an obscure angle. The closest portion of the house to the corner right here of this enclosure is 47 feet. And we're another 6 feet inside the enclosure to the edge of the tank. So we're exceeding the 50-foot, and we've blocked it with the line of sight at the wall being 10 feet high. So we've kind of met the requirements of what they call the barrier wall, regulation.
Above tank 7, the wall's 10?
That's correct.
So you said you're 47 feet from us, but you said something about 50 yards being the minimum.
It's 50 feet is the regulation.
I'm sorry.
If you're beyond 50 feet, you don't need any protection from a non-combustible structure to the tank. Closer than 50 feet, you need a barrier wall.
Which is
line-
what you're saying you
yeah, it's
have.
the line of sight barrier wall, which is what we've provided on that side of the property.
I mean, I guess I'm asking for my township to keep me safe. So,
Yeah, no, and believe me, we're 100% about that. Thank you.
Just, yeah, just let me ask one. Is there any other place you put this? on the property? That's your question?
That's a good
Hey,
question.
let him
to
ask it,
raise.
because he can ask it better.
We've absolutely studied that, and there's a lot of reasons that that's the ideal location, and really the only location. And it has to do with this property is a corner property. We have 2 front yards, so we're not eligible to push it out towards Row. The current existing conditions have all our parking tight to the property line. The only area available on this,
Let me back up a second. The reason why you can't push it closer to non-residents is because of the Rove's yard.
I'm sorry, say that again?
In other words, the reason why you can't push it further away from any residents is because you would encroach on the second front yard on Rose Street.
No, that's not, no, what I'm saying
not
is
what you
the
said? I thought
available
that's what you
property
said.
to build on
sorry?
is only, that's the only strip of grass available to us to put this. Everything else is either built on or is regulated, right? And
Regulated by what?
by your ordinance, for one thing.
I guess what I'm
But-
saying is, that's what I'm asking, is if we allowed you to move it away from residents and gave you a variance for the encroachment in one of our ordinances, could you do that?
I don't believe we could, because there's not enough room to do it. The reason we also like this location, is it's immediately adjacent to, access, from our building. It's meaning for like fire circulation or any kind of emergency use. It's also the best accessible way for a truck to come and fill it, which would be probably once a month, off-road. It's also the most protected location from vehicular traffic, meaning like, we have the ability to put bollards. We also can screen it more appropriately, landscape-wise. And we feel it's the most appropriate location to access the building with the systems we need for the distance of piping.
Is there any kind of landscaping you can do on this person's property so that it feels more secure? No?
We have a significant buffer going in there now. I think the real test of that would be when that's in, is there any additional required once the actual thing's built? And then, Christian, that's really, something. Right. So a lot of that, what you haven't seen is the landscape implementation for this site. And we agree with you. There was a lot of trees that were dead, too, that had to come down. We're happy to sit down and review the complete landscape plan with you in person. Right.
We had a landscape architect design it, and that was the area that everybody focused on because it was up against residential. You'd think it'd be out front. Actually, the out front piece wasn't even part of it. We actually shifted all of the tree and shrub requirements to the back, which you'd think is kind of strange, but in this case, it was reason for mentioning. Yes, and actually then the landscape architect then went forward and did more landscaping beyond the township's requirement for the front. So, but the requirements were thrown really into the rear.
Does any of what was said here so far make you feel any better about this going there in terms of safety and what they discussed with the walls being built around it? You could steal the one in front of Mr.
your questions of the fire marshal, I just want to make sure it's not something that, it scared me when I got the notice in the mail. I started reading all these 253-page documents and trying to figure things out. And came here just to make sure somebody knows that people actually live really close. Our backyard's small compared to our front yard. And my bedrooms, like, we literally live in the back of that house. So we're so close to it, and I just need to know that it's safe. And yes, I'd like it to look better, but I need it to know that my house is going to stay standing and we're going to stay safe inside.
Sure.
Is your mic on, Rich? Inside, this is out of the question. You said for out, you mentioned outside tanks a couple times.
Yes.
You made it an inside tank.
It cannot be inside.
I mean, is there an equivalent inside type device that might not be a comparable? Like, we're not moving an outside tank in. Is there a similar service that you can get from something inside?
Typically not at this site.
The volume of oxygen that they use through the course of a month, not permitted even in a hospital to be building in that type of volume.
And I guess if you didn't have this, you'd have little tanks and they'd have to be stored.
It's, and honestly, the practicality is that they would be there every day servicing those tanks. So it's sort of what you end up with for this type of use.
Next question, what about underground? Can it be buried? Can a tank be buried?
They cannot be buried. They would have to be constructed in a, honestly, I did not see a regulation where they could be buried.
And things are built to a standard, right? You build a wall and and you have the enclosure and it's built to the standard. 2 walls might be even better. Is there any additional feature that you can apply to the enclosure structure? Make it even, if there was this unforeseen circumstance where something happened, that, hey, we have a backup, a duplication or a reinforcement. Can you double that wall like in the width, or add some sort of
So that has been taken into consideration. So the wall has a UL compliance to it. It actually is an equivalency number associated with the Chapter 7 of the IBC, which is what we provided to Andy. So it is a fully reinforced concrete wall, not just a block wall standing. It has rebar, concrete. It's a real wall.
Is there a top on this?
There's a cap. We show I guess like a flagstone cap on top of it. Yeah, just on top. Yeah, there's no lid on the box.
There's no lid on the
That's
enclosure.
correct. Yeah, that's not permitted actually
not
for this
permitted.
type of use.
So the landscaping that would be neighbor's house closure. Going to, or in a higher living area, is that going to block that view of an open tank?
I can't speak to the sight lines from their home because I don't understand where they would be seeing this from, but I would say that the landscape package we're providing are going to be mature trees that eventually would end up in the realm of 20 feet, probably easily.
They're definitely higher.
Yeah.
At full growth, they'll.
They do, yes. So that's why I'm saying it has a fully monitored system that has shut-off valves. They have relief valves should, there be a need to have a small venting on the unit that's controlled. Yes, it would. We have a control panel, master control panel inside our building that would detect pressure drop through the line system, which would tell you that, and sends off an audible alarm. Correct. It can be connected. It can be connected to that. It's a localized alarm system for staff. But there's no reason to say we couldn't. Correct. If we wanted to do that, we could probably have that done.
One question, you did talk briefly when we were on site about indoor storage. Your application does have a room that identifies cylinders adjacent to the hyperbaric.
Correct.
So are those cylinders in addition?
They are not
Or is
oxygen.
the tank supplementing?
Those are not oxygen tanks. They're medical air. Right. So that's strictly atmospheric air, clean. This is the only source of oxygen on the site. So there's no internal storage of oxygen in the building. You might have a small service tank, like a mini one that they would have for emergency use if a patient needed supplemental, but that's permitted.
I just have one other question. It's liquid oxygen.
So what happens with a tank like this? It's liquid until it hits the pipe in the ground and it becomes vapor. So it becomes
Like secondary.
correct. Yeah. So anything that would escape from this is an atmospheric escape. So there's no official liquid, leaking on the ground, and there's no liquid entering a building. It's all in a gaseous state.
And then just to reiterate your two concerns, number one, with the aesthetics of things, hopefully this has allayed your fears a little bit. If, when all this is done, there is, an open area that you could see something that's unsightly, be more than willing to add another tree or something. Like, we want to be on good terms with our neighbors, and when neighbors have brought, concerns to us in the past, dead tree this, we'll get right on it. Oh, yeah, so it was your height, it wasn't even. Yeah, so look, we want to be on good terms with our neighbors, so if there's any other aesthetic concerns, more than willing to address them, so hopefully beyond even what we've shown you here. And then again, number two, when it comes to the safety of the thing, again, I understand when you hear oxygen tank next to my property, I get it. But I will tell you, I'm a paranoid man. I don't do anything unsafe. Number one, I'm going to be working around this stuff as well. Not, I'm not living next to it, but I'm pretty much living there more than I live in my house almost. So I do not want to be around something dangerous myself. I've done my due diligence, and it is, I guarantee it is as safe can be, which is to say that any catastrophe, I could not, again, even come up with how it could affect homes in the area. And my wife said this as well when we were talking about doing this. She said, "Oh my God, I hope the neighbors, when they see this, they understand that this is not a danger." We've talked about this, how to hear that there's going to be an oxygen tank near your property would be a concerning thing. We've talked about this. And again, the best I could tell you is there's no such thing where this is going to explode and catch your house on fire or pose any danger to you. So again, I hope I give you my word. We've done our research on this, and I do not want to be part of anything dangerous. I do not want to be putting my neighbors in danger. I would not, beyond that, want whatever lawsuit which would end my practice. That would be a catastrophe, but safety first always. And I just would not take risks with something like this. It would be as safe as anything else in our lives.
We can do that.
The condition of approval might be essentially monitoring.
Yeah, we can do that.
Andy, I don't want to put you on the spot. You don't have to answer this now, but did you do an analysis as to whether land development is implicated because it's not matching what things are a little different than what were on the plan?
Yeah, I know we had a site meeting. There was some conversation about what level it reach and whether it will change the land development plan or need to go back before the board. I do know that do that plan. I don't know if he's communicated that path yet. I'm not aware of it. So I think that question.
Mr. Johnson, so maybe if you're inclined to approve this, maybe another condition of approval would be if it has to go back before the Board of Supervisors for review of a minor modification of the land development plan. That would be a condition, if the township engineer and the zoning officer determine it's appropriate. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying, we don't have that answer, so I don't want to change it.
Any other questions or? I have to get my kids ready for school, so,
If you ever met him, don't put that in there. I got the South Philly Italian. I like you right there. The South Philly Italian.
Oh, yeah.
Don't say that.
I submit we, grant a variance from sections 172-123 and sections 172, 123A2, allowing for an oxygen tank on the property. A couple conditions, that, the tank has the ability to be monitored 24 hours a day with the township. That, the neighbor's landscaping is taken into consideration. That the township fire marshal is aware of what's going on and approves whatever they do relative to that. Also, review by the township commissioners, for any planning commissions that may pop up and they need to be reviewed and go over again. Also, that signage, cannot exceed the current signage of 216 square feet. 216 square feet, which you proposed 142, but did not take into consideration the two sculptures. Is there anything else? Yeah, general, right.
is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Good luck. Okay, thanks. That's it, I'm done?
Like case left.
Now's the time.
Yeah.